information about what exactly unfolded. This was a catastrophic security failure in the eyes of many of my sources already. Trump, as you noted, is someone who has rallies almost every week, sometimes multiple times a week. And to have a shot come across the bow of a stage, Secret Service covered the former president on stage. But we are in such an urgent political moment, a heated cultural moment, to see this unfold in real time. My heart goes out to everyone who was there at the rally, reporting on the rally, attending the rally, those in the Trump family, those in the Trump campaign. This kind of violence is something that is just, we have not seen it before. American political leadership, and it's reflected in my text messages and phone calls in the last few minutes, we're not prepared for this sort of moment. It's a bit surprising in a way. We're in such a charged political time. But everyone now, I've never seen it like this in the past 15 years of reporting, shocked to see the former president there, his hand in the air, defiant after it being grazed potentially, allegedly, it seems, by an assailant, someone trying to assassinate him in some way. We're trying to learn new information, take our time to make sure we can confirm everything. But there are ripples and waves going out throughout the top ranks of American political leadership at this time. This is the presumptive nominee on the brink of his nomination in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. This is something we really have not seen from a presidential figure since Ronald Reagan, just down the street from our CBS News Bureau, near DuPont Circle at the Hilton Hotel in the early 1980s. This is something we haven't seen on a campaign since George Wallace, the former governor, was almost killed during his presidential campaign. And of course, Robert F. Kennedy, his son, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., running for president now as an independent candidate. His father killed in California in 1968. You can see the former president there dunking. He loves the campaigns. I've been covering him since 2014, 2015, when he started to have campaign rallies. This is not an unusual event for him. This is the bread and butter of his political career. The popular crowd, the roar of the crowd, he feeds off of this. And to have him react with his fist in the air, this is someone who has, throughout his entire life, told me in different interviews that he has seen the highs and the lows, and he keeps coming back. It's part of his personality to deal with aggressive crowds, aggressive critics, but he has never faced anything like this, an assassination attempt at a rally on the eve, almost, of the Republican National Convention. And that's what it could have been, an assassination attempt. That is the first time that we're hearing those words, and that is... Well, when someone shoots at you, that's what it is. It's an assassination attempt in some capacity when you have a major political figure. We're pacing ourselves, trying to learn more about exactly what unfolded, but certainly some kind of weapon was discharged at former President Donald Trump. And Bob, you've spoken to the former president. Has he ever talked about his concerns over the risks involved in being so close to the public in the way that he likes to be? He has mused about this privately to many of his associates in the past, and I've reported this previously, that former President Trump often wonders, by being so out front publicly, does he have some sort of risk? He has wondered, because he is such a different sort of political figure, not part of the traditional Republican Party, not someone who's welcomed by the political establishment necessarily in either party in some respects, what kind of violence he might face. But it has been something he's mused about versus something he's ever had to interact with publicly. But let's remember, he is 78 years old. This is someone who likes to talk about his physicality, his ability to have a good health report at his age. But he has also lived through history, so he is no stranger to what we've been discussing about what has happened in American politics in the past. But I've covered so many presidential candidates, and I often talk to them sometimes about Bobby Kennedy and about what they think about the risk of being out there on the campaign trail, because so few candidates, when they're running for president, until they become a nominee, have Secret Service protection. Former President Trump, of course, as a former president, has Secret Service protection. It's notable that every former president and every former first lady in the United States, and this was passed by law by Congress a few decades ago, have Secret Service protection for the rest of their life. Former vice presidents do not necessarily have it unless there's a security risk. It's only former presidents and major party nominees who have that level of Secret Service protection. And Trump, heading into the convention, has an enormous footprint. If you ever cover Trump, it's car after car after car, multiple groups of agents. And for this to happen, again, a seismic political moment, a security failure at some respect, and everyone right now, I mean, I've never seen anything like this in the past year, at least. Everyone is wondering what happened, why. Is Trump okay? We've reported he's in a safe place, but again, we're in the immediate aftermath.
Bob, we are now getting a statement from the Secret Service, from their spokesperson, Anthony Guglielmi. He said, quote, an incident occurred the evening of July 13th at a Trump rally in Pennsylvania. The Secret Service has implemented protective measures, and the former president is safe. This is now an active Secret Service investigation, and further information will be released when available. The most important part of that statement is the former president is safe. This was, as you said, it could have been fatal. I don't want to talk about the worst possible scenario, but that's what it really was. This is where we are. These are the stakes in a situation like this. But we're being told from the Secret Service that the former president is safe. I want to bring Ed O'Keefe back with us. Ed, you're in Milwaukee ahead of the RNC. Ed, what can you tell us?
The president has received an initial briefing on the incident at former President Trump's rally. He is in Delaware, specifically his Rehoboth Beach, Delaware Beach home, and is expected to be there through the weekend. We'll see if we learn more about a possible statement by him later this evening. But for now, he's there. He had spent part of the day speaking with fellow Democrats about the future of his own campaign. And now this event obviously is going to have an effect not only on the Trump campaign, but potentially on the contours of the debate underway with Democrats about who exactly should be representing them on the ticket come November. But that Secret Service statement coming as quickly as it did, saying that the former president is safe, is encouraging, but there's still obviously unanswered questions. To what condition was he injured? How exactly did this happen, which is going to take a while, obviously, to determine. And where is he right now, specifically? Is he still in Pennsylvania, or have they put him back on his plane to go back to Florida? That much, I don't believe we still know. We're here in Milwaukee, where there is a massive Secret Service presence. This is what you call one of those national security special events, the kind that the Secret Service and other federal and state and local law enforcement agencies spend years preparing for. And they are currently, literally as we speak, doing the security, what we call security sweeps of the Fiserv Forum, which is the arena that's going to host this starting Monday night, checking the facility before they open it up to the press and convention organizers again. And we'll see what exactly this incident tonight does to the festivities that are set to begin tomorrow evening as convention delegates begin arriving here in Wisconsin's largest city. And to Bob's point, how this has scrambled things is quite stunning, and there's a specific concern I'm hearing from sources about the fact that yet again he held another open air rally, an outdoor rally. There was one a few weeks ago in Las Vegas where dozens, if not hundreds of people had to seek medical attention, not for security reasons, but for the heat. There were issues with that at this event today, again, and now this incident as it unfolded a little while ago.
That's right, an open-air rally with all the risks, despite the heavy security protocol, the metal detectors you have to go through being wanded down. Clearly, there was a breach here in what happened. I want to bring back Scott McFarland. He's now on the phone because his team got removed from the location, as this is now a crime scene. The Secret Service is investigating this. Scott, can you hear me?
I hear you fine. A helicopter landed and just took off from this site. They've moved everybody out of the complex. Everybody, media, cameras, staff. Stand by 1 second. We have law enforcement moving in on somebody near us. And I'm sorry, we had to take a moment there because law enforcement was stopping somebody near us, moving in the wrong direction. This is an active crime scene. There's no mistaking it. Unequivocally, that law enforcement is arriving at this scene. Different groups, different units. So many people in paramilitary gear are here now, sidearms in their hands, moving through what remains of the people inside the park. Most of the crowd is gone, but they're moving out the rest of us. They have now moved everybody to a perimeter so they can deploy, appears to be more resources, more investigators, more officers on site. This is a law enforcement response, the likes of which I've never seen before, though this is an incident, the likes of which we haven't seen in modern times. Historic security failure. When you recognize the amount of law enforcement here, the fact that everybody had to be wanded or go through magnetometers, everybody had to be screened. How something like this can happen is an answer that we'll be seeking, but it may not be easy to come.
Scott, thank you so much for that report. So a helicopter has landed, and did you see anyone get into the helicopter, or was it too far away?
It was behind the stage, Adriana. It landed down for about 3 or 4 minutes, took back off up into the sky. Took off twice, in fact, up into the sky. We see so many folks in paramilitary gear who were invisible to us before and during this rally. They were either here in a covert way during the remarks from the former president, or they have arrived since. And anybody who's anywhere near the inside area, inside the bike rack surrounded perimeter, is being stopped by investigators and questioned. So it's a good way of motivating people to get out.
This is an active crime scene, as you said, Scott. So many questions that are still open, most notably, who did this? How did they get into the area? How did this happen? What is the condition of the former president? We are told by the Secret Service that he is safe, but where is he? He was hustled out of that area by the Secret Service in a motorcade. Is he in a hospital? Is he still in a car? Is he still in the area? We're being told that the governor of Pennsylvania has also been briefed on the situation. He said that violence targeted at any political party or political leader is absolutely unacceptable. He says that Pennsylvania State Police are on the scene in Butler County and working with federal and local partners. The governor of Pennsylvania briefed, the White House briefed. I'm just getting some more notes here. We're also being told that a local emergency room physician saw a man who was shot in the head. We don't know who this person was. Clearly, it's possible that someone else may have been hit when shots rang out at this event. Clearly, this is a chaotic scene. There were thousands of people at this rally. And, you know, Bob, I know that you've covered plenty of these. What is the sense of security when you're there? I mean, you go through all of these checks, but still, you're packed into a small space with thousands of other people at a time when emotions are running high. What is it like to be inside one of these rallies?
It's a very intense environment. It's a very crowded environment. And our reporting, as you just noted, is that there's concern that there's not a real sense yet of whether this was one shooter or what exactly happened. I have sources who were at the rally texting me right now saying there's bedlam on the scene. There's concern about what exactly happened. Were there multiple shooters or not? Are people safe? And so for the Trump rally, what you're seeing there on screen is what often it follows former President Trump as he's on the campaign trail. He's alone on stage. The Secret Service stands about 5 to 10 paces off. And you have between 5 to 15 or sometimes even 20 to 25,000 people. He often goes to arenas, some of the minor league hockey arenas around the country in smaller cities, but often in the summer and springtime, he's outside. And you have to go through a long line of Secret Service to get into the event, to make sure you're fully go through a magnetometer to see if you have any kind of weapon or metal on you. And so it's a very slow and orderly process to get into these events. Secret Service has presence not just at the immediate site, but at surrounding neighborhood locations. This is an unusual one, and that former President Trump usually has a wider stage. This is a bit of a smaller rally in the small area of Butler, Pennsylvania.
And you bring up an important point. We don't know yet what the scope was. Who opened fire? Was there more than one person? Was there more than one person hit? We're seeing reports of someone else possibly conducting CPR at the scene, but it's just too early to know. We are still getting information in, but this is a horrific moment in American history, no matter what the outcome is. He is safe, we're being told, but it doesn't change the fact that this is truly historic.
It's historic. We are watching something, political violence in real time. And the governor of Pennsylvania, Democrat Josh Shapiro, just said on social media, this has no place in Pennsylvania or the United States. You're seeing right now in this immediate aftermath a bipartisan outcry and outrage about what unfolded in Butler, Pennsylvania. The governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, said, I have been briefed on the situation. The police are on the scene. He's working with federal and state and local partners. We're told the White House, the president of the United States, Joe Biden, also briefed running against Trump in the race.
And Bob, I'm going to jump in because we do have a statement now from a spokesperson representing former President Trump. It says President Trump thanks law enforcement and first responders for their quick action during this heinous act. He is fine and he's being checked out at a local medical facility. More details will follow. I'm going to read this one more time. This is a statement from President Trump's team. It says President Trump thanks law enforcement and first responders for their quick action during this heinous act. He is fine and is being checked out at a local medical facility. More details will follow. More details will follow, Bob, because this is
an active crime scene. And that's why we're trying at CBS News to take our time to digest the information. We're getting the statements from the local leaders, the state leaders, federal law enforcement. But this is a fluid moment. You have still people on the ground on the site of the rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. Crime and law enforcement officials are trying to piece together exactly what happened. You see the Secret Service ducking down there. It has echoes of what happened to President Reagan when he was shot by John Hinckley at the Hilton Hotel in Washington, D.C., the ducking into the limousine, rushing to the hospital. And let's remember, it's important at these moments, these crossroads in American history, especially those that involve violence, to not make guesses about what happened. President Reagan famously was in the limousine on the way to the hospital and said, "I'm okay, I'm okay." But he didn't actually know the full extent of the damage that had been done by the shooter to his body. And so the Secret Service, as history has now shown us through many books and reporting, did the right thing by taking President Reagan to the hospital to make sure he got a full check, didn't take him back to the White House. In fact, years later, multiple Reagan books show if he had gone back to the White House after being shot, he might have risked death. And so these are very fluid moments where even the person involved sometimes doesn't have the full grasp of what exactly has happened. We're trying to learn more and more.
And we do know that he is being checked out by medical officials to determine the extent of his injuries, if any. It is possible that he was just grazed. It is possible that it was more than that. This comes on a day when we were expecting potentially news on who he was going to announce as his vice presidential pick. You and I spoke by phone this evening to learn about your reporting, and we have statements here from some of the top contenders. Senator Marco Rubio has tweeted on X, "We are praying for the president and all of those attending the rally in Pennsylvania today." Doug Burgum has tweeted, "Please join Catherine and me in praying for President Trump and his family and everyone attending the rally today." J.D. Vance, senator from Ohio, saying, "Everyone join me in praying for President Trump and everyone at that rally. I hope everyone is okay." That is a sentiment that is being echoed across the country, across the world, I am sure. But this is the worst possible scenario. This is, as you said, political violence unfolding in front of us.
It is something that has not happened, so thankfully, in recent presidential cycles. As a reporter, you're almost sometimes attuned to how Secret Service has a constant presence, but luckily it has not been something you think about, that you're on somehow the precipice of violence when you're covering a rally for President Biden or for former President Trump. I'm getting text messages from people who were at the rally, and of course we're going to be careful here, but there is concern among those who were there and those who were talking to those who were there about whether some people in the crowd might have been hit as well or affected in any way by the violence that has unfolded today in Butler, Pennsylvania. Former President Trump raising his fist in defiance. This is a moment for Trump supporters as they talk to CBS News tonight, where they feel like he is determined to carry on in this race, but they're still just stunned and shocked. When a president or presidential figure is facing an assassination attempt, the nation is on the edge. Even if they dislike that person deeply on a political level, you think about that moment on CBS News in 1963 when Walter Cronkite took off his glasses after President John F. Kennedy was assassinated. Thankfully, in this instance, former President Trump, based on the statement from the campaign and Secret Service, is in a safe place, is in somehow being treated for the injury. But you could see blood visibly on his face based on CBS News' footage and on photos that have come out of this event. He is walking there. He walked, raised his arm several times as he made his way off the stage. But you are watching history unfold. Tragically, it involves violence this time.
And it is a reflection of our time. Emotions are running high, and this is something that so many people worried about on both campaigns. These are highly charged times in our political reality, and these are large events. These events are meant to be large. They're meant to draw a lot of people, and these are the types of events former President Trump, as you said, likes to conduct. I want to recap for everyone who just might be joining us now. Former President Trump has been escorted away from a rally in Butler County, Pennsylvania. This is after shots rang out on the scene. He ducked, was escorted away quickly by the Secret Service, bringing his hand to his head. It is unclear if he took a direct hit. It is unclear if he was grazed, but we do have a statement from his campaign. I'll read that now. It says, President Trump thanks law enforcement and first responders for their quick action during this heinous act. He is fine and is being checked out at a local medical facility. More details will follow. I also want to follow up with a statement we received from the Secret Service that says an incident occurred the evening of July 13th at a Trump rally in Pennsylvania. The Secret Service has implemented protective measures and the former president is safe. This is now an active Secret Service investigation, and further information will be released when available. But the question remains, how large was this incident? How did this assailant get in or was able to access this area, given how heavy the security is? And how many people were shot, if anyone?
And what makes this different is it involved what allegedly appears to be the active discharge of a firearm, if not multiple firearms, but at least something grazed former President Trump, bloodied his face in some capacity. There have been assassination attempts not only on President Reagan. You think back to when President Biden got into the Senate. He was elected in 1972. Soon after, in 1974, Gerald Ford becomes president after Nixon resigns. Ford has multiple assassination attempts against him when he's president of the United States. But in recent history, we haven't seen firearms involved. This is what makes this moment so drastically and unfortunately different. You remember when George W. Bush was president, someone threw a shoe at him during a news conference, angry about his conduct and his handling of wars in the Middle East. But this involves a firearm. And you have former President Trump as someone, he grew up in New York, in Queens, Jamaica, Queens. He was a student of history based on my conversations with him growing up. He thought about the presidency. I've spoken to him at length about former President Abraham Lincoln. In 2016, I had an extensive interview with him where we talked about Lincoln. Lincoln, of course, killed just down the street here in Washington, D.C. at Ford Theater. But this is a campaign event. I mean, this is something that is not just happening in an isolated event with a president. This is so unusual to have a former president running again for the presidency. It's something we really don't see in the past century in American politics. And we talk about guns in this country, and it's a time when gun control is on the minds of Congress. But this has a historical, tragic element, and we're still trying to learn more information. Absolute chaos, though, on the ground in Butler, Pennsylvania, based on reports from those who were there, texting me and talking to CBS News, worried about other people who might be victimized by this attack. People who are members of Congress I've texted with in the last 5 minutes say they're very worried that other people might have been grazed or even shot and facing serious consequences medically at this time.
And more statements are coming in. Members of Congress, of course, speaking out. House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries has written on X, "My thoughts and prayers are with former President Trump. I am thankful for the decisive law enforcement response. America is a democracy. Political violence of any kind is never acceptable." These are the sentiments being echoed here across the aisle at a time like this, of course, where everyone is coming together. Everyone is going to unify. I want to bring in Caitlin Huey-Burns from Milwaukee, where she is getting ready for the Republican National Convention. Caitlin?
Adriana, good to see you. Yeah, we're here where thousands are going to descend upon Milwaukee in just a couple of days here. Donald Trump is supposed to be nominated for the third time as the party's leader here. I can tell you that just on Tuesday, I was covering a Trump rally in Miami. And just to give you an idea of what these kinds of events are like, the security is, of course, extremely tight. You have to go through magnetometers to be able to get in. But it is also important to know that these rallies take place outside. There are thousands that come, up to thousands that come, and they're outside in vast spaces. People are there all day, usually waiting. The other night when I was there, it was a night event. People had been waiting for hours and hours and hours outside to see him. I should also note that there have been children present. I've noticed more children present at the rallies that I've attended covering the former president. This, as Bob just described, of course, is a shocking event. There are no words. I've been texting with members of the former president's team. They have sent us that statement, which you have read, and so we are keeping updates on his condition and on the condition of anyone else on his team. As you saw also, which is prevalent at these rallies, is people are invited to stand behind him. And so the idea, we'll obviously be reporting on what kind of security measures were taken here. But this is just significant because Trump really prides himself on these rallies. They have become frequent in his presidency, but he is expected to come here very shortly, in just over 24 hours, to be here in Milwaukee. We are outside the security perimeter for the convention, but security is already very, very tight here, and so we are waiting to see further precautions being taken.
Caitlin Huey-Burns joining us from Milwaukee. Caitlin, we'll check back in with you in a minute. Bob, do you have new reporting?
Yes, I just got off the phone with someone who was backstage with former President Trump at the rally, Congressman Mike Kelly of Pennsylvania, a Republican. He just spoke directly to CBS News. I asked the congressman if I could quote him on air. He gave permission. He said he was backstage watching Trump. He said he was waiting there with a few other lawmakers to see if former President Trump was going to begin his speech. He said everything was calm. And then he said, quote, a couple shots rang out. Shots just rang out. And everyone saw the president go down. He was watching from just a few steps away as Secret Service agents fell on top of former President Trump. And he said everybody just dropped who was in the stage area. People around me. He says, quote, I believe a lady who was next to me was hit. Other people were hit. This is a quote from Congressman Mike Kelly of Pennsylvania, a veteran House Republican who was at the event with former President Trump. He said it took a long time for security to clear it up. He's worried that other people were hit by the bullets. He believes they were bullets and that this was some type of shooting. He's not sure if there were multiple shooters or not, but he said security kept everybody tight. He saw the former president raise his hands multiple times, but he said it was shocking to be at the stage. He said they weren't really clear, but he believes there were at least a couple shots, if not many, 4 to 5 shots, based on his ear of what happened while he was on stage, just watching former President Trump. You can see the former president right there, kind of at the start of his speech, puts his hand up, everybody goes down, and Congressman Kelly said people just fell to their knees, but were watching Trump as the Secret Service agents went on top of him.
New reporting from Bob Costa, from someone who was there, someone who was on stage, likely feet away from all of this transpiring, Congressman Mike Kelly of Pennsylvania. We're going to bring in Face the Nation moderator Margaret Brennan, who's joining us now. Margaret, what's the latest you've heard from your sources?
Well, Adriana, obviously, this is such a moment of high tension on the political stage in both parties. Our country, though, apart from the politics, has also been at a very high threat level, the highest, in fact, on many fronts. Terror front, concern on the national security stage in many different ways, including homegrown violent extremists. You've heard the FBI director testify about this repeatedly in recent months. We don't know yet who might have taken these shots at the Republican nominee, but we do have the statement from his spokesperson saying that he is fine. He's being checked at a local medical facility, and they'll have more details soon. First responders very quick. I do want to echo what our Scott McFarland reported, which is clearly a major security failure. You can see in the video we are playing back for you that the former president, the 45th president, was able to stand, wave, move freely, but that blood was visible around his ear area. The Secret Service, we know, has implemented more security procedures around him. I've been texting with individuals, lawmakers and family members of theirs who were there, trying to understand if everyone else in office is also safe. So far, I've been hearing those lawmakers are secure. That is the reporting to date from those I've heard back from. But we are going to continue to make calls, Adriana. I just want to put that in broader context, that we are in a heightened threat environment. We knew that. We have heard that repeatedly from the FBI. Warning and warning and warning recently in front of Congress. Homegrown violent extremists who could be radicalized inside or outside this country. We just don't know what the motivations here. Obviously, the context within a political rally is key, particularly in a battleground state like this one, at this moment, on the cusp of what is basically a week-long extended media focus on Donald Trump.
And Margaret, we're getting new reporting in that says that the gunman has been neutralized by the Secret Service. We're going to bring in former DHS official Sam Vinograd, a CBS News contributor who can tell us what she's been hearing. Sam?
Certainly. I connected with a senior government official who did indicate that the former president is safe, but I want to talk a little bit about what is happening in real time right now. This is an intelligence and operational failure. The Secret Service and the FBI are deeply aware of the heightened threat environment that Margaret was just articulating, both as it pertains to foreign terrorist organizations and individuals inspired by those foreign terrorist organizations, as well as domestic violent extremists with anti-government sentiment. Because of that, the Secret Service and FBI are consistently monitoring intelligence to try to mitigate threats and enhance operational security. It is clear that the intelligence picture heading into this rally was not what it needed to be, and it is also clear that the operational measures to protect the president were insufficient. Now, we believe, my sources are telling me that this is still an active threat stream, even if the perpetrator has been neutralized. We do not know, and the Secret Service and FBI are likely investigating, whether this individual acted alone and or whether there are any ongoing threats associated with this perpetrator to other targets, the president's family or others. So that will be actively investigated, whether this is an individual threat or there are other active threat streams associated with this individual. Now, from an operational perspective, the U.S. Secret Service, as well as other law enforcement entities that protect other kinds of government officials, will be upping their operational posture to ensure that their protectees are safe, and that this does not spur any kind of retaliatory action by Trump supporters or individuals inspired by these activities to try to engage in malicious activity of their own. So this is, to put it quite simply, one of the most significant threats that we have seen materialize in this country in decades, and our law enforcement community is upping their operational posture to try to mitigate threats while this active investigation is underway.
And Sam, as you said, this is a catastrophic failure. We're getting new reporting into the newsroom now that says 2 law enforcement sources say there is no longer a threat. The suspect is either dead or in custody. That is unclear. Secret Service agents did engage the individual. So now we know the Secret Service did engage the individual involved. That person is no longer a threat. We don't know if that person acted alone. We don't know what the overall scope of this was. We don't know if multiple people were hit or the extent of former President Trump's injuries. All of this is still unclear. And this is happening as thoughts and prayers are pouring in from all across the aisle as well as the world. Benjamin Netanyahu has tweeted on X. He posted on X, "Sarah and I were shocked at the apparent attack on President Trump. We pray for his safety and speedy recovery." We also have new reporting here coming in from Ed O'Keefe. Ed, are you with me?
I am, Adriana. We
Go
can
ahead, Ed.
Convey that, and as we've been talking about this, it's important to point out that while this has happened in Pennsylvania, we wonder, where was President Biden? We're told now he was in church. He normally goes to Mass on Saturday evenings, especially when he's in Delaware. He's at his Rehoboth Beach, Delaware home. Came out of Mass shortly after the incident occurred and has been briefed by his Homeland Security advisors, by the Homeland Security Secretary himself, in a briefing that included his Chief of Staff and other senior advisors. Let's point out again that the Secret Service has said in a statement that the incident occurred tonight in Pennsylvania. They've implemented protective measures and the former president is safe, but they say it's an active Secret Service investigation and further information will be released when available. There are a large number of Secret Service, other federal, state, and local personnel here in Milwaukee, which is set to begin hosting the Republican convention with a series of events tomorrow ahead of the not formal nomination of Trump on Monday. We've got no word from convention organizers yet, which is understandable as they're still trying to sort out exactly what's going on. But there is a carefully choreographed schedule that is set to begin on Monday. The ATF is also helping the Secret Service with this situation. They're deployed here in Wisconsin along with other federal agencies, and we'll see if that makes any big changes to the security posture here. One thing we're waiting to hear about, Adriana, in addition to the condition of the former president, his whereabouts, is whether the president will have anything to say about this tonight. We know that the reporting pool that travels with him has not been cleared for the night as they normally would be after he goes to church, which suggests that perhaps the president will have something to say later tonight about what transpired in Pennsylvania a little while ago. So again, while the former president is safe, lots of unanswered questions about his condition, how this happens, how the president and his campaign may respond to this beyond the statements that are coming from Democrats and Republicans about the concerns about violence and what effect it might have on the convention that is set to begin here Monday in Milwaukee. Adriana?
Set to begin on Monday, but we don't know if that now is going to change. There's so much that is up in the air. Will the convention begin as planned on Monday? What will be changes to security at that convention, at the Democratic National Convention in August? How is this changing the campaign, changing security? This at a time where emotions are running high on both sides in both of these campaigns. There has been plenty of scrutiny on former President Trump as well as President Biden. And yet they are still out front, trying to be as close as they can to the public, to rally support, to rally voters and make their cases to the American people. But this is a historic moment. We are told, as you heard Ed said, that the president is being briefed. We know that he is speaking to the director of the Secret Service, Kim Cheadle. We're also told that he's speaking to the Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas, to get a sense of what is happening, of the scope of the condition of former President Trump. We are told that former President Trump is safe, but we don't know exactly where he is or what his condition is. We're told that he has been seen by a medical professional, and his team issued a statement themselves explaining that the president thanks law enforcement and first responders for their quick action during this heinous act, and he is fine. It says that more details will follow. And this is where we are, trying to gather as many details as we can. Our Bob Costa has gone to so many of these events. He's covered these rallies. He understands really just the feeling in the air, Bob, of when you're there and there's so many people. And, you know, President Trump supporters, you know, are known for how passionate they are. What does it feel like when you're actually there? What is that atmosphere?
There are people who follow former President Trump's rallies across the country, almost like some people follow musicians. It has often reminded me, as a Grateful Dead fan, of how people would have the fervent following for the Dead. A lot of people have the fervent following for former President Trump. They'll go from city to city, arena to arena, because there's a sense of jubilation among his political supporters that the rally has a convening power for those who are like-minded to come together and support former President Trump. I've seen him everywhere from the South Bronx to California to Texas to Florida. He goes everywhere, arenas, outside. He's unlike most politicians. He focuses on rallies as the place where he can really bring his people together. So, and there have been incidents in the past of some unruliness at his rallies, protesters, disruptions, but nothing like this. And even though it's always Secret Service protected, this is something at an entirely different level. Someone discharging a firearm, it appears to be, at the former president and perhaps at others there.
I'm being told that we have new material coming in, Bob. I'm going to play that to see what it shows. Do we have that material? New video from the scene. While we get to that, while we look at that, we'll bring in Margaret Brennan with some new reporting.
I've just been trying to make phone calls to make sure everyone is safe. The Senate candidate, Dave McCormick, who is in that front row, has confirmed that he is safe at this rally, but there are reports of other individuals in the area who did have contact here of some sort, injuries of some sort. So I'm just trying to call lawmakers to confirm their whereabouts. But what you can see, and as you have been seeing, our inboxes are just exploding with emails from Democratic lawmakers, the Democratic governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, coming out condemning political violence, the governor of Michigan, Democrats very quickly to condemn this act of violence, to distance this from their political party in any way. There is no suggestion that there would be a connection, but they are very clearly trying to, out of the gate, say that there is no place for political violence in our politics at this moment of such high tension. An important message to be sent at this moment, just 4 months out from a race that was already quite tense. And we're seeing world leaders. We're seeing the Hungarian prime minister, the Israeli prime minister, others describing this as an attempted assassination of the former president, current leading candidate, not just for the Republican nomination, but potentially another 4-year term.
And Margaret, I'm just getting an email now from CBS News contributor Richard Esposito. This says that according to multiple state, local, and federal law enforcement sources, the shooter who fired at Donald Trump was, quote, neutralized, as we have reported, by U.S. Secret Service agents. This was most likely from a counter-assault team. Multiple spectators were wounded and injured, at least one in critical condition. This is all based on initial reports, but what is happening now is we're starting to piece together what is it that exactly transpired. This is an active crime scene.
It is, and our reporters who follow every movement that the candidate makes, Jake Rosen, Olivia Rinaldi, were there. They saw it happen. They heard it. You can see from that very rough video that they dropped to the ground. And by the way, political violence is not necessarily a norm in this country, but let's put this in the context of not just the moment we're in, but what we, as reporters, have been preparing for, which is the expectation that in this election cycle, there very well may be political violence. And our reporters do train for that now. That is something you do typically when you go overseas to cover an election, but now our reporters are doing that to cover these rallies, to cover political conventions. And so we are happy to know that those two reporters are safe. But as we're seeing from the video they are feeding in.
I just watched one of the videos Jake Rosen sent in, and he's talking to attendees who are clearly traumatized. And one gentleman, I'm sure we'll have it soon here at CBS News on Air, had a shirt that clearly had blood on it in some capacity. And so you're seeing reporters doing their jobs for CBS News and other outlets, but you see those attendees just rattled by the experience of being part of a violent event.
Because even if there was an intended target, as there appears to have been, to have a shot like that, multiple shots at a very well-guarded stage, there were people in the area who were also hit, which suggests, and if you could hear it, it didn't sound like an automatic weapon, but there were others that were hit in the area. And we are being careful, and when we are reading these initial reports and editing, I would have to say, some of the graphic detail that we are getting from some of our reporters on the ground.
And we're just getting a new update that from our reporters, Olivia Rinaldi and Jake Rosen, and I'm sure you're getting this update as well, that people are being escorted out. Jake Rosen spoke to an emergency room physician who saw a man shot in the head with brain matter on the ground. That's according to an ER physician performed CPR, but he did not. He's dealing with that at this moment. That's Jake Rosen, to be clear, Jake Rosen, our reporter on the ground in Butler, Pennsylvania, has spoken to an emergency room physician who saw a man shot in the head with brain matter on the ground. That's based on Jake Rosen's reporting. Jake looked at the camera after the incident, saw blood coming from Trump's ear in some way, his neck. Jake was on the scene. He was our reporter on the scene. Scott McFarland, who has been on the ground doing excellent reporting as well, heard In his view, 8 to 10 explosions based on his reporting. He said the crowd ducked based on his reporting notes, hit the ground when a popping sound occurred. To Margaret's point, it was a popping sound. The press was under the risers. They saw Secret Service swarm to the left of Trump following the incident, saw helicopters come in a few minutes after. That's based on the ground reporting from Olivia Rinaldi, Jake Rosen, and Scott McFarland, who are in Butler, Pennsylvania.
And we do have that reporting that at least one person has been injured in critical condition. And it is still early. A lot more details will come out. People's conditions change. They go up, they go down. We'll learn more about, hopefully, President Trump's condition. We are told he is safe, but we don't have the details. Was he hit directly? Was he just grazed? We're now being told that Vice President Kamala Harris has also been briefed on the incident. We know that President Biden has been briefed by members of his cabinet. Now Vice President Harris has been briefed. She was also addressing crowds today at her own rally, as was the First Lady. All of these figures out on the campaign trail as this campaign heats up. And this is happening, this political violence, at a time when there is such tension in the country, yet people still are going out to support their candidates, still taking those risks and going through all the security measures needed to be there, to see the democratic process play out. And now we're seeing really the cost of those risks. Clearly a catastrophic failure of security. The Secret Service is investigating. This is a live investigation, and many questions will be asked in terms of what went wrong. Who was able to enter this area? Were they able to shoot at this area from outside the security perimeter? We still don't know. It's still early. We're still just getting initial details in, but the crime scene is active. We are told by our reporter, Olivia Rinaldi, who was there, that crime scene tape is up. The area has been cleared. We have heavily armed security personnel who have entered this fairground, essentially is what it is, in Butler County, Pennsylvania. And this is a part of this battleground state that has supported former President Trump twice. They went for him in 2016, again in 2020. So this is somewhere where he enjoys a great amount of support. And of course, for something like this to happen, chaos ensued afterward. This is what we saw on the video. This is what we're told by our reporters there. We now have some new video. We're going to play it for you right now. Oh my gosh. Okay?
Yes, don't.
We're okay, we're okay, we're okay.
This is video from She follows President Trump. She's been to countless rallies like this. And there's our Scott McFarland under the bleachers, as he told us he was. And this is a moment where all of the training that we've all been through in this country, of all ages, for what to do when there is, when you hear shots fired, everybody gets down, ducks, and tries to figure out what's going on. Bob?
As we watch this footage of the attack as it took place, you see Rachel Scott from ABC, our reporter Scott McFarland in the bleachers. There's chaos in the press area near the stage. Former President Trump raising his hand in defiance as he's escorted off stage after the incident. We just got a statement.
There's the blood, you can see.
For CBS News, which just received a statement from President George W. Bush, the former president, said, quote, "Laura and I are grateful that President Trump is safe following the cowardly attack on his life, and we commend the men and women of the Secret Service for their speedy response." So as Margaret said, Democrats and Republicans coming up with statements tonight showing solidarity at this American moment of attempted violence and possible assassination attempt. A former president also weighing in.
And the reason I underscore what our colleague Scott McFarland was saying in terms of a catastrophic failure of security is this was not unexpected. That is the point. The Secret Service was already on edge. All U.S. law enforcement.
And you've been reporting for weeks that there's been a sense of on edge throughout the world, but especially at U.S. military bases?
Well, certainly. But even just our Pat Milton was reporting earlier this morning, ahead of Milwaukee. Any mass gathering these days is of high concern because of the threat environment.
And you saw how quickly they rushed the stage. They were there on edge. Like you said, we actually have new cell phone video that shows what appears to be the shooter down on a rooftop. Now, this is consistent with information we're getting from federal sources saying that the gunman possibly fired from an elevated position. Let's take a look at this video. It appears that we're seeing someone on a roof there. Potentially, this is someone who was outside the security perimeter. I'm going to bring in our reporter, Olivia Rinaldi. Olivia, what can you tell us? We've been getting some of your video in the newsroom here. What did you see? What did you hear?
Adriana, it was a terrifying moment. Trump was probably a few minutes into his remarks, and all of us were waiting for a vice presidential announcement. Instead, we heard successive loud noises, loud bangs that were playing. It sounded like shots. We immediately took cover. I pulled out my phone and I started recording. You can hear my voice there, pretty shaky. You could start to hear Secret Service also through Trump's microphone trying to get him down on the ground. We were down for probably, it felt like a lifetime. It was probably like 30 seconds or so. And then I popped my head up and I could see Donald Trump surrounded by security and Secret Service and pumping his fist. And he wouldn't, they were trying to get him off the stage and he was resisting them a little bit and putting his fist up in the air. After that happened, they cleared him. We could hear the motorcade leave right away. Our security personnel was with us as well. We had all gotten down. We saw Scott McFarlane next to us, and a couple of pieces of equipment also fell down with him as we got down on the ground. Chaos ensued after that. I was looking at the bleachers to the left of where Trump was, and you could see people cleared out of there. You could see some blood on the bleachers as well, and I watched police unfold yellow crime.
It couldn't be tighter. John described it like going through an airport. I would almost say it could be a little bit more than that, just with the presence of a lot of law enforcement in the area. You have to go through metal detectors. You have to go put your belongings, your bags, or what have you, through conveyor belts. There's dogs out there. There's obviously Secret Service, local police. You see specialized law enforcement right there with heavy-duty equipment on. In one of the shots in the immediate aftermath of the shooting, we had a shot on where you could see snipers, multiple snipers on roofs nearby. I go to the White House frequently. There's snipers there. This security is no joke when it comes to these political figures, and it's one thing that we do know. But once again, to reiterate, the former president is safe and fine. That's from Secret Service. That's from the campaign himself. And the shooter and the attendee, he or she was an attendee. They are dead after this rally. Don't know if it was self-inflicted. Don't know if law enforcement had anything to do with that shooter, obviously dying in the immediate aftermath of this. We don't know what happened. Obviously, the investigation into exactly how this all panned out will be something the entire country is going to be keeping our eyes on to figure out exactly what happened. I think everybody can agree political tensions in the country at an all-time high, but you can see from party to party, person to person, whether they were there or whether they were here in D.C., condemning these attacks. Former President Trump's campaign calling the attacks heinous. And it's just a scary scene, something you don't want to see. We don't want to guess too much exactly what's happening. Like I said, we've been on air now for over an hour, about going on an hour and a half almost. And we're reacting in real time like a lot of people are. We're getting all the information we can. We have boots in Milwaukee right now where the RNC is already being set up, basically set up and prepped for the former president to show up and to fire up crowds like he was doing right there. But, no telling how this will impact obviously that convention, which is just days away, but the rest of the campaign, not only him, for former President Joe Biden, who we have been told is briefed. I'm sure we'll hear more from the White House here very, very shortly. Obviously something, Secret Service doesn't work for a political party. They work across the board, so obviously we can expect security to be beefed up even more for both candidates at events. Rob Burgess brought up a good point, down ticket people. Donald Trump isn't the only one who's polarizing. Joe Biden isn't the only political figure who's polarizing. You hear names tossed around all the time, to name a few, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Nancy Pelosi. things like that. So it's going to be interesting to see how security is beefed up around our two presidential candidates. You see former President Trump, as we continue to replay the events, how scary that was in the immediate time. I'll tell you, I was watching the campaign rally when that happened right there, and my mind went blank, and I couldn't imagine being in the crowd. We do know one thing, though, as Republican Pennsylvania Republican Senate candidate David McCormick has already told Politico, one person sitting immediately around him was shot, and he said there was blood everywhere. So we can confirm, at least through McCormick, and obviously what we see here on screen, former President Trump, 2 people were injured. We know former President Trump is fine. And we don't know about that other person who was injured, but once again, people condemning the attacks across the board. And longtime senior advisor to Senator Tim Allen and a supporter of President Trump, Matt Gorman, he's going to join me now, and he's going to talk about, exactly what he's experiencing, what he's hearing right now. Matt, thank you so much. I know this is quite unexpected, as everybody's expecting, but what are you experiencing? What are you hearing?
Not much. I mean, look, this is a serious situation to begin with, and I think you're just praying for our country. I think we often, moments like these, realize kind of the gravity of what we do, and I think the people I'm talking to are very concerned for our country more than anything else.
And Matt, I know I've talked to a couple people about just the history or context behind this, but have you ever heard of it? Have you ever heard of anything coming close to something like this? Or have you ever imagined that this was a possible scenario, something scary like this? Thankfully, it wasn't worse.
I mean, thankfully, you're right. It seems to be contained, according to reports I'm seeing. Look, this is always, I shouldn't say always, this is oftentimes the back of your mind when you enter scenarios like this. But thankfully, the Secret Service does a tremendous job at protecting, as well as law enforcement, first responders, that they make you feel as safe as you possibly can. But that being said, there are always people out there who wish to do harm to others, and especially people in positions of people in positions of power. And so, there is always that in the back of your mind. But that being said, you trust that the first responders and law enforcement, Secret Service do their jobs very well. And it looks like, as you're playing kind of the clip over and over again, it was a textbook operation by the Secret Service and others to secure President Trump and get him out of there.
Yeah, I definitely agree with the Trump campaign. They did a tremendous job. They jumped on him so quickly and corralled him and made sure he was safe. Now, obviously, I'm on the other side of the microphone, but, within campaigns, obviously, even with senators, how serious do you guys take security? How much of a conversation is that, and how much does that play into it, especially at rallies during election cycles like now?
It's a very serious thing. It's one that people often don't talk about. I work for Senator Tim Scott, and he was often, threats and the like. You certainly heard a lot about it, and his safety and security, as well as safety and security of people with him, whether they're family, friends, staff, was always something we kept a very, very keen eye on. Because again, I think it's also to remember, right? We're all just people. Right? Fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers. And so there's people out there that love and care for these people. And so it's important to remember that. But security was always something we kind of thought about. And, also what's important to point out is, too, the Secret Service and the Trump campaign or Trump team, they've been working together for about a decade now. He got it, I think I want to say late in 2015. And he hasn't given it up since, being as president and then former president and now presidential candidate. And so you get, used to the movements and the bubbles, and there becomes a kind of an attachment, if you will. And so you get very used to kind of working in that regard. And I think that's something, too, that you get very used to, that kind of protective bubble. That's actually, and unfortunately, as we see today, necessary.
Mm-hmm. And I'm sure I know the answer to this next question. You expect security to be ramped up, not only for President Trump, but, Tim Scott, another name. He was a VP candidate. You expect it to ramp up for a lot of these major political figures?
It's an unfortunate reality, but yes. And look, I'm heading to Milwaukee tomorrow for the Republican convention. There's always a massive perimeter around the arena where it is. I expect, that to be certainly continue this time, and who knows, it might increase with these current circumstances. But you're right. I think We see this over and over again. And unfortunately, I talk to people who are members of Congress or staff members of Congress, and, it's something we don't often talk about. The constant threats that members of Congress and their staffs get from people. It's something that is an extremely unfortunate reality of our time. I find it's unacceptable, no matter what side you're on. And I think today is a sad day and a solemn day in our country.
Yeah, sad day, solemn day. To reiterate, we are all just people, and we've already seen reaction, from the Democratic Party, Pete Buttigieg, Chuck Schumer, absolutely condemning political violence like you've seen just here. You've already talked about some of the changes. What else are you expecting? Obviously, the convention, you said you were on the way. We have a team there. I know you talked a little bit about it, but, continue. For the folks going there, too, we heard one person was hit in the crowd, don't know who they are, if they were a part of it. But do you think, people will also have a more conscious thought of, the violence that could happen?
I mean, it's unfortunate, but it's something you have to think about. Certainly, I know. There's always protests, and sometimes they can get a little dicey. Not violent per se, usually, but they can get a little dicey. I remember Cleveland in 2016. But you're right, and I expect certainly a heightened security presence this time, as and I expect the same thing in Chicago too, right, and rightly so. But I think it's going to be a factor going forward. I think we're going to see a even more of a lockdown around these events to make sure that these presidential candidates, staff, and kind of dignitaries are kept safe. I lost the audio. Okay.
Sorry, Matt. Yeah, I had a technical difficulty here in the studio. We've been on air so long, my batteries died. Just got them replaced. Sorry about that, okay. Matt.
All good. I thought it was on my end. All good.
No, sorry about that. I had to quickly dip out. Thank you so much for joining me and giving me insight. I'm sure we'll see you at the convention, or our crew at the convention will see you. I'm sure this is not the last time you or I will be talking about this. Hopefully, more positive news next time I see you and moving forward. Thank you so much for joining me. That's longtime advisor Matt Gorman. He was with Tim Scott right there, and a supporter of President Trump. And we're just going to recap really quickly exactly what's happening. I know if you're just joining us, here's video right here. Former President Donald Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania, giving a campaign rally speech. And you see someone took shots at them. He was hit in the ear. You see him grab that area. You see Secret Service and other law enforcement jump on top of him to try and keep him safe. He's going to pop up here in a minute. You're going to see a little bit of his injuries. It's not great, exactly clear on the video, but you're going to see blood around his ear. You're going to see some blood on his face. He's whisked away almost immediately. We're going to go here to White House correspondent John Decker here in a second. I know he's been working on the ground. He's at the RNC, and we're going to go to John. John, what are you hearing right now?
Well, what we're hearing right now since the last time that we spoke, Ryan, is that this was a serious incident. In fact, the gunman has already been announced as being killed by law enforcement. In addition to that, we know that there was a rally goer that was also killed during this particular shooting. As you mentioned, the former president is, in the campaign's words, fine. He is safe. That is the good news. He was whisked away by the Secret Service when shots rang out. That's their job, to react, to go towards the gunfire in some cases. He was whisked away, but as he was whisked away, still photographers released photographs that they took in which they saw blood on the ear of the president, blood on his cheek. But it must be stressed, the campaign issuing a statement within the past hour that he's fine and that the former president is safe.
And John, here we're getting another statement here from Speaker of the House Mike Johnson. This horrific act of political violence at a peaceful campaign rally has no place in this country and should be unanimously and forcefully condemned. That's House Speaker Mike Johnson right there. We've already heard from Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. Similar words condemning the attack. Pete Buttigieg, Transportation Secretary, similar words condemning the attack. John, you're obviously coming to us with new information. A rally goer was hurt. Well, hold on. Here's Pete Buttigieg's statement right there. An entire nation must speak with one voice today to completely and unequivocally reject all political violence. That's Pete Buttigieg's Transportation Secretary. Senator Chuck Schumer, I'm horrified by what happened at the Trump rally in Pennsylvania and relieved that former President Trump is safe. Political violence has no place in our country. But John, like you're saying, you know, presidential candidate, politician, someone was killed. And we're not talking about the shooter. We're talking a rally goer, someone there who went there for a day to support their person. Scary incident. John, you know, I rely on you a lot for a lot of information around the office. Give us some context. I mean, has there ever been close to a point where something like this was even a remote chance? Or, you know, it might sound like a dumb question, but you know, enlighten us on, you know, how crazy, you know, this is, at least in your view of covering the White House for so many years.
Well, the Secret Service, they take their job really seriously. I see it every day that I'm at the White House. I see it every time that I travel with the president, how seriously they take their job of protecting the president of the United States. And this is an instance where the Secret Service was involved. We're talking about a former president, someone who could potentially be the next president, and he is the presumptive Republican nominee. That's the reason why, for all those reasons, he has Secret Service protection. And they did the right thing. They protected the former president. They also took care of neutralizing the source of this particular incident. They killed the gunman who shot these shots at this campaign rally, and also, as part of that, took out a campaign rally goer. So this is a serious incident. We don't see things like this happen at the national scale so much. We see things from time to time happen with our elected leaders. I think of the former Congresswoman from Arizona who represented the Tucson area, Gabby Giffords, when someone at a campaign event for her tried to kill her. And of course, she was gravely wounded in that attack. These things do not happen that often. But when they do, I think it wakes people up to the dangers that exist out there. Just a few years ago, Steve Scalise, at a baseball practice with his fellow members of Congress, an attempted assassination attempt of him, and he was gravely wounded. He's since recovered. So these things certainly get our attention, and I must stress, Ryan, they get the attention of law enforcement and they get the attention of the Secret Service. There will be, no doubt about it, Ryan, heightened vigilance at this upcoming Republican National Convention here in Milwaukee. Gets underway in 2 days. There's already very heavy security that's in place here. That will only be enhanced because of what happened earlier today.
Couple things you mentioned I want to follow up right now. Gabby Giffords, she has a statement out. Political violence is terrifying. I know. She was shot. That was a statement that she said right there. She said, I'm holding former President Trump and all those affected by today's indefensible act of violence in my heart. Political violence is un-American and is never acceptable. I know, John, you're talking about heightened security there at the convention, which obviously is something that we all pretty much expected. New York City Mayor Eric Adams also said he's urging NYPD, not urging, but surging NYPD out throughout the 5 boroughs to make sure people in New York City remain safe and that there's no reaction to what just happened to former President Donald Trump right there. Going back to you at the convention, I know you say they block off a huge area. Like I say, protesters come from far and wide to these conventions, obviously to exercise their First Amendment right. You expecting more security even outside the building too to make sure that, you know, threats stay as far as possible away?
Oh, absolutely. There may be 2 layers of security. Security just to get in the perimeter around the Fiserv Forum, this arena where the convention will take place, and another layer of security once you enter into that building. That would make a lot of sense to do something like that. That's something that I encounter often when I travel with President Biden, those layers of security that we're talking about. Yes, you're right. There are protesters that will be here at this convention. There will be protesters that will be at the convention for President Biden. But for both of those conventions, what law enforcement does, what convention organizers have done, is to set up an area where they can essentially organize their protests. And sometimes, Ryan, it's a few blocks away, actually, from where the convention takes place. And that's for whatever reason they wish to do it. It's still allowing them to exercise their First Amendment rights, but I think it's making certain that security is enhanced just right around the area where all 4 days of the convention will get underway.
And you said something, you had a good analogy earlier today, just a few minutes ago. You said security's like an airport. You know, you go through the metal detectors, you go to the conveyor belts. You know, talk about how tight security was taken before. Obviously, we talked about how it probably will be enhanced, but, you know, let people know who don't go to these things often that, you know, these things are no joke before.
No, they aren't. You know, whether you're a delegate, whether you're a member of the media, whether you're an elected official, whether you're a campaign official, you go through that same level of security here at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. There are no exceptions. The Secret Service, law enforcement, they want to make certain that everybody's safe in that building. Most importantly, the Republican presumptive nominee, Donald Trump, and the same thing that will happen a month from now when Democrats have their convention in Chicago.
Yes. And just to cut in, again, former President Barack Obama now on Twitter, or X, formerly known as Twitter, saying there's absolutely no place for political violence in our democracy. Although we don't yet know exactly what happened, we should all be relieved that former President Trump wasn't seriously hurt and use this moment to recommit ourselves to civility and respect in our politics. Michelle and I are wishing him a quick recovery. We know Bernie Sanders, someone who's, you know, not that politics matter at this moment, is on the opposite end of the political scale, also voicing his concern for President Trump and condemning these attacks as well. You know, we know the president has said he's fine. That's according to the campaign and Secret Service. And they thank law enforcement for the quick action. John, and I know I'm still putting you on the spot a little bit. Have you heard any more from within the campaign or anybody within the Republican Party, you know, talking about maybe what happens next or anything like that? Have you heard anything?
Well, you've covered the bases in terms of some of the statements that have been put out by various officials, including individuals that politically are not big fans of Donald Trump. But you see them condemning what happened earlier today in Butler, Pennsylvania. This is where politics ends. You don't in any way condone what happened earlier today. You condemn it. You condemn it without any amplification. You say this is no place in our political system, this type of political violence that we saw take place earlier today, and that goes regardless of where you stand on the ideological spectrum.
Yeah, absolutely, John. Thank you so much for continuing. So we have just in, law enforcement officials say shooting at Trump rally being investigated as an attempted assassination of ex-President Donald Trump. A shooting at former President, and here, I'm reading the statement as I'm getting it right here. The shooting at former President Trump's rally in Pennsylvania is being investigated as an attempted assassination of the former president and presumptive Republican nominee, according to law enforcement. Two officials spoke on the condition of spoke anonymously to discuss the ongoing investigation. The shooter was not an attendee at the rally and was killed by U.S. Secret Service agents. So we saw how quickly they worked in the video that's really right on your screen right there. They worked obviously just as quickly to neutralize the threat, so to speak. Don't know where that shooter was in relation to former President Donald Trump. We don't know who he was, what their motives were, anything like that. Getting a lot of information, quite frankly, in real time, so we'll continue to keep people updated like that. But we do know the shooter is dead, killed by Secret Service, and that he was not an attendee at the rally. So more details, more questions still. Where was he? Where were they, he or she? Who were they? Things like that. John, I know you brought up a few minutes ago, Gabby Giffords, Steve Scalise, someone who's still in Congress, prominent leader within the Republican Party. You know, your reaction, you know, you've covered many campaigns, many election cycles. Shock, awe, what were you doing and what were you thinking when you immediately saw this news?
Well, I was shocked just like everybody, Ryan. I would never want to see this take place, this election cycle or any election cycle, against any politician. And, you know, immediately I asked the same questions that you're asking and everybody else is asking. How is Donald Trump? What is his condition? Is he okay? And then we saw those initial still photos, which indicated blood on his ear, blood on his cheek. You're concerned. You see the still photo. He's concerned. You can tell from the still photo that has been released so far. But I think the good thing here is, if there is a happy ending, so to speak, of the story, the former president is, in the campaign's words, fine, and that there is no danger to him. They say he is safe, and that's the important thing to keep in mind. But there's no doubt about it, Ryan. This incident happening of less than 5 months away from Election Day will certainly enhance the amount of security around Donald Trump. It will enhance the amount of security around Joe Biden. This is the worst case scenario for the Secret Service, whose job every day is to make certain that these two individuals are safe and that threats like this are diminished and extinguished. And so that's exactly what the Secret Service did today. I think we all applaud the incredible work that they did in making certain that the president was safe and is safe.
And I know you're no expert in Secret Service, but obviously you've had close relations with them. Obviously, they've had to search you to make sure you can go into the many functions, the many rooms that you enter into. We see the investigation moving. We're getting information quickly, as I would say, or experience. Talk about the resources they have. Talk about the training they have on a basic level. You saw how quick they reacted, but tell me how serious those guys take their job.
Well, they do take their jobs very seriously. I encounter different types of Secret Service every day when I go to the White House. I encounter the uniformed Secret Service agents. I encounter the agents that you might see in movies that really can't be identified necessarily sometimes as Secret Service. Secret Service, Ryan, they take their jobs so seriously that when I travel on Air Force One, these agents of the Secret Service, they are armed on board, and you see those weapons. And the Secret Service agents that travel with the president, whether it's Joe Biden, whether it's Donald Trump, they're all built like linebackers in the NFL. They are big fellas, and they protect the president. They protect the president at all points of the trip, from the time that he boards Air Force One to the time that he deplanes Air Force One and goes out and does a campaign rally. The same thing can be said for former President Donald Trump. Former presidents have lifetime protection from the Secret Service. So this would be the case regardless of whether Donald Trump was running for president this election cycle. He has this Secret Service protection. I believe it's been enhanced now that he is a possible future president, now that he is the presumptive Republican nominee. So that's the reason why Secret Service was there in numbers and could make certain that the former President Donald Trump was safe.
And we got to, once again, I want to reiterate a couple statements, and we got a new statement from the White House. We're going to get a full screen here of a former President Barack Obama. He had already released a statement condemning the attacks. They're going to pull that up in exactly 1 second. And I told you moments ago that the White House was informed. Now they're coming out with a statement as well. We can get that full screen up from Barack Obama, where he basically says there is absolutely no place for political violence in our democracy. We should all be relieved that former President Trump wasn't seriously hurt, and use this moment to recommit ourselves to civility and respect in our politics. And I know we don't have a full screen for this statement right here, but obviously President Trump's political opponent, Joe Biden, White House released this statement saying, "I have been briefed on the shooting at Donald Trump's rally in Pennsylvania. I'm grateful to hear that he's safe and doing well. I'm praying for him and his family and all those who were at the rally as we await further information. Jill and I are grateful to the Secret Service for getting him to safety. There's no place for this kind of violence in America. We must unite as one nation to condemn it." I know we don't have a full screen of that, but that's just in from the White House, from his political opponent right there, President Joe Biden, someone who's equally as polarizing, to say the least, as President Trump. Obviously, they're going head-to-head in that race for the White House right now. who has his own convention coming up in a week as well. Reaction still pouring in. And one thing I do want to make sure we highlight, we're getting reports that one person was hit and who's at the rally and they were killed. That is the tragedy in all this, while we're thankful that President Trump is safe. But, people are injured. And John, large crowds, protesters, rally goers. I know I asked you a few minutes ago, but, reiterate what it's like being in these big rooms. I think, if I remember correctly off the top of my head, don't quote me, 50,000 people expected to come to this. So this isn't a small crowd that's expected to be in Milwaukee, and obviously outside even more.
I've attended so many rallies for Donald Trump as a reporter, covering them, not only as president when he was campaigning for re-election in 2020, but also when he was a candidate in the 2016 election cycle. And as it relates to what you can expect, every one of those rally goers is screened. Everyone is screened to make certain that they do not have any weapons on them, anything that could be used as a weapon with them. And that is the case whether you're talking about Donald Trump, and it certainly is the case as it relates to President Biden. These individuals that attend rallies are screened quite a bit. As it relates to the current president, as you know, Ryan, there have been instances, and I've been with the president, when there have been protesters who interrupt speeches for President Biden, particularly on the issue of Israel's war against Hamas. I've been with the president when these protesters out of nowhere pop up. And not only when these things happen do I pay close attention to the protester, so does the Secret Service. They want to make certain that those individuals pose no danger, no threat to the President of the United States. It is the time that we live in right now, Ryan, a very precarious time. There are divisions in this country. There's the internet, and things get amplified on the internet in terms of people putting out statements that suggest or advocate political violence. And the Secret Service sometimes has to track those statements down, track down the people that have written such statements, which could potentially be threatening to the president or threatening to the former president, Donald Trump. And so the job of the Secret Service is a very serious one. They take their job very seriously, and I think that you're going to see from the Secret Service all the way through this conclusion of this election cycle through November the 5th, enhanced security by the Secret Service anytime that there's an event with either Donald Trump or Joe Biden.
And one more thing I wanted to add real quickly. Here's the latest right now from law enforcement, so I'm just going to read it. The shooter was engaged by members of the U.S. Secret Service counter-assault team and killed, according to two officials who spoke on the condition of who spoke anonymously to discuss the ongoing investigation so they can discuss the ongoing investigation. The heavily armed tactical team travels everywhere with the president and major party nominees and is meant to confront any active threats, while other agents focus on safeguarding and evacuating the protectee, in this case, former President Donald Trump. So obviously, John, to reiterate everything you were saying, to back everything that you were saying, they take this job so incredibly serious. And once again, reiterate, I know you're on the ground at the RNC. I know that already several prominent people have already been in Milwaukee. Things will be ramped up. Talk about what you now expect out of the RNC, in light of this attack, not only security-wise, but also, with people keeping the former president at top of mind as well.
Well, here at the RNC, we just arrived just a few days ahead of the Republican National Convention. There are already road closures associated with where the convention is taking place. There's security that you go through, even as you enter the Fiserv Forum, that building behind me, the arena where the convention will take place. And even without anyone of note, no elected officials, for instance, no Trump campaign officials, actually inside this building a few days out from the start of this convention. The security is heightened. The security is being conducted by both the Secret Service, local and state law enforcement here in Wisconsin. And there is no doubt, Ryan, that even before today's terrible incident in Butler, Pennsylvania, all of us were expecting enhanced screening, enhanced security leading up to the start of the convention, which begins on Monday, and even more so when Donald Trump will, without a doubt, be here on Thursday when he gives his nominating speech, his speech accepting the nomination to be the Republican Party nominee. Now that this incident has taken place, it's being investigated as a possible assassination attempt on the former president. I can only imagine, Ryan, that those security procedures will be enhanced tremendously to make certain that they're protecting the former president and protecting everybody inside the arena.
Just reporting. Thank you so much. We're going to transition. We're going to give you a break right now. We're going to talk to some other people, let you gather some more information, give you a break here for a minute while you are on the ground. Here, just to quickly reiterate, exactly break down everything that's been happening for people who have just tuned in. So former President Donald Trump was at a campaign rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, just days before the RNC. That's where John just was right there. He was just getting started. He had been on stage probably 5 or 6 minutes. I was watching the campaign here from our newsroom in D.C., and he was talking about the border. He was talking about his policies on the border, and all of a sudden you could just hear what are now confirmed as gunshots ringing out, about a couple of them at first, and about 3 or 4 followed that as well. Former President Trump grabbed the back of his head, it seems like, or the back of his neck, and immediately went down. His Secret Service almost, very quickly swarmed him, corralled him, and covered him up to make sure he was safe. You can see the pictures right now, the aftermath of former President Trump, his fist raised high. The supporters were reacting to that, cheering that their political nominee for the Republican Party was safe. Here's video of it right there, grabbing the back of his ear. You can see blood on his face. You can see blood on his ear. We are being told by the campaign Secret Service for a while now the former president is safe. He is fine. He's getting medical attention, probably wrapped that up by now as well. One thing to note, a Republican nominee for Senate in Pennsylvania told Politico, the candidate McCormick, he told Politico that the person around him was shot. That person, sadly, we're getting reports, has passed away. So that's something you never want to see, whether a political candidate, regular person, rally goer. But, the president was quickly whisked away. As far as a person behind this, still waiting on more identification or more motive. But we have confirmed, through sources who will remain anonymous, that they say that the threat has been killed, so to speak, by Secret Service. They were confronted almost immediately. We're going to get some more details on exactly how this came back. And the White House is reacting to this as well. Obviously, Donald Trump's political opponent. Here's the White House statement. I have been briefed on the shooting at Donald Trump's rally in Pennsylvania. I'm grateful to hear that he's safe and doing well. I'm praying for him and his family and for all those who were at the rally as we await further information. Jill and I are grateful to the Secret Service for getting him to safety. There's no place for this kind of violence. And obviously, Joe Biden, somebody else, is probably keeping this event top of mind. And we're told he is going to be speaking very shortly. We're going to hear from current President Joe Biden here. But first, we have guests in the studio. We heard from him earlier, Rob Burgess. Rob, thank you so much. I know it's been a scramble. I know it's been hectic. But, we talked early. Reiterate kind of what you're hearing. What were you doing when you heard about this? Obviously, a sad day in American history.
It is a sad day, Ryan. And I was at a 4th of July, a late 4th of July party in Old Town with my wife. But I think what we're hearing from Pennsylvania that's most important is that President Trump's okay, right? Of course, we're upset about the loss of life and the injuries, and we're very thankful Secret Service was able to act so quickly. But the coverage that you had about that counter-assault team, that CAT team, I can tell you that those are some of the best trained Secret Service agents in the world, outside of his protective detail. Having been on the White House Presidential Advance Team in 2020, his last year in office, I can tell you firsthand experience how hard these gentlemen train. These men and women have every contingency plan, and the fact that they were able to get this threat neutralized as quickly as they did it speaks volumes to how thankful we should be to the United States Secret Service.
And I know you just talked about how serious the training is. How much is this top of mind for the candidates? Obviously they got to go out and focus on what they have to do and, firing up these crowds, getting people behind them. Sometimes, unfortunately, it gets people, on the other side of them. You never want to see it get to this, but how much is it on the mind of candidates?
I think at some level it's always in the back of their mind, especially when you reach a level like running for president of the United States, right? Your entire life changes. Never again, once you're elected president of the United States, will you drive a car, right? The Secret Service has taken that responsibility away from you. And so a lot of main mundane aspects of our everyday life that we take for granted disappears the moment you become a Secret Service protectee. And so I think that that's always in the back of their mind. But you also have to remember that they get extremely close with these men and women who are on their protective details. These are the people that get to see them at their most vulnerable. They're the ones that are standing in the room or right outside the room during some of the family's most intimate conversations, right? And so there has to be a lot of trust with that detail as well. And when you're traveling as much as Donald Trump travels, whether it's a rally in Pennsylvania today, the DNC or the RNC convention in Milwaukee later this week, and an aggressive campaign schedule I'm sure he'll continue to keep through the fall, you get to learn who these Secret Service agents are and you trust them.
Mm-hmm. And it's such a scary incident. I don't know if you've been talking to, we've seen a lot of reaction, both sides of the aisle, just across the political spectrum. But have you heard from other people, people around town? You said you were at a late 4th of July event. What were people saying? How were they reacting to obviously startling news?
I'll tell you, it was startling. The event I was at was a lot of politicos, especially here in the Washington, D.C. area. This is kind of our bread and butter. We take things like this for granted, but the entire event sort of got silent when the news first came out. And then, of course, you start seeing people start scattering and going their own ways because ultimately, even though it's a Saturday night, it turns into a work night for us, right? But at the same time, I'm hearing from friends, on the ground in Pennsylvania. I'm hearing from politicos across the country that have candidates of their own, that their families are worried about security. And I'm also hearing from friends in the press, too, that are getting ready to report in Milwaukee. What kind of changes are we going to see? I think that perimeter is going to expand in Milwaukee as well as Chicago. We're going to hear from President Biden later this evening. I'm sure he's going to call for an end to violence and for a uniting aspect to our democracy process, right? And I think that we're also going to see as a more unified Republican Party come out of Milwaukee. As sad as that is to say that something like this caused that.
And how much have you talked to a couple of people who were on the ground there? I was watching it on TV. Obviously, I can get a lot, but only so much from that. What was it like on the ground there in the immediate moments?
From the few people I've been able to get a hold of, it's very confusing, right? You hear the report of a gunshot. Obviously, you see the president put his hand to his head. You go ahead and you see him drop to the stage. You see people in the stadium the stands start to crouch down. So it's all of a sudden a very adrenaline rush. What's going on? We don't know what's happening. And then obviously when you start seeing the Secret Service move, everybody's now concerned for their safety while also trying to make sure President Trump's okay. So a lot of confusion on the ground. But the most important thing is it sounds like all the staff is okay. We are completely devastated for the loss of life and for the young lady who's still fighting for her injuries. But we're glad that the Secret Service was able to neutralize the threat as quickly and prevent more potential death from happening.
And, I know I'm sure you've been to plenty of these type of events. I was watching Joe Biden last night in Detroit, huge crowd, obviously very fired up. Donald Trump right there, huge crowd. They were certainly fired up immediately right before this happened and before he came out on stage. Do you think crowd size, I know we talk about the perimeter and other things like that. Do you think crowd size would be reduced or anything like that when it comes to, making it easier for law enforcement to keep these people safe or?
I think that everything will be discussed, but I think that ultimately, when something like this happens, it's why terrorism against the United States normally is the most ineffective tool of combat against us, right? Because they're trying to tear us apart, but more often than not, they unite us together. Right? And I think what you're going to see is this country come together. They're going to start putting political differences aside, even temporarily, and you're going to start seeing larger political events. You're going to see more patriotic events. You're going to see more people standing up and saying, you will not silence us. You will not scare us. You will not have us back down from this moment. And I think it might increase turnout, but more importantly, it's going to increase the American patriotic system.
And our White House correspondent John Decker already said that, he's expecting obviously more security at the RNC. We can probably expect the same for the DNC. One thing I know about these conventions, one thing we've talked about preparing for is the crowds outside. Obviously, I think if I remember correct, 50,000 people expected to go to the RNC inside. no number on who's going to be outside. Talk about that perimeter setup. Will it be even wider now? Will law enforcement be even more aggressive, condemning some of the protests? I know we can already expect, the Free Gaza movement is going to be out in numbers, and they move in huge numbers, as I've already seen in D.C. Are law enforcement really going to be trying to crack down and keep things as calm as possible, or what do you expect?
Well, as you know, Secret Service normally doesn't comment on protective procedure, right? But what I can tell you from experience is something like this, they're definitely going to increase that outer perimeter. I don't know how far, but they're going to try to increase that secure bubble as much as they can. You're going to see a larger uniform presence, whether that's local PD, state police, but there's going to be more visible presence of uniformed officers on the ground. There might be additional...
Hold on one second, President Joe Biden speaking right now.
Allow for this to be happening. We cannot be like this. We cannot condone this. And I want to thank the Secret Service and all the agencies, including the state agencies, that have engaged in making sure that the people and we have more detail to come relative to other people maybe injured in the audience. I don't have all that detail. We'll make that available to you. I may be able to come back a little later tonight, but we'll put out a statement if I'm not able to if it's not convenient for you all. But the bottom line is that the Trump rally was a rally that he should have been able to can be conducted peacefully without any problem. But the idea that there's political violence or violence in America like this is just unheard of. It's just not appropriate. And everybody must condemn it. Everybody. I'll keep you informed, and if I am able to speak to Donald, I'll let you know that as well. But so far, it appears he's doing well, number one. Number two, that there's thoroughly investigating what happened to anyone else in the audience. We have some reports, but not final reports. And every agency in the federal government, I'm going back to my phone to speak with the federal agencies that are being put together again to give me an updated briefing. Has anything happened? They learned any more in the last couple hours. So thank you very much, and I hope I get to speak to them tonight, and I'll get back to you if I do, okay? I don't know enough to. I have an opinion, but I don't have any facts. So I want to make sure we have all the facts before I make any more comments. Thank you.
Are you worried for President's safety? Was the security failing, Mr. President?
And to answer that reporter's question, we don't know if it was an assassination attempt, but we do know it is being investigated as an assassination attempt. As we come back here at our conversation in the studio, I mean, what are your reactions? President Joe Biden gave a few words, but obviously gave some speaking quickly in the immediate aftermath.
Sure, it was very appropriate for him to come out and address the nation, say something, but it was not appropriate for him to give a full update. So I think he did exactly what he needed to do. Most important thing, continue to pray for President Trump and his family. I think what is extremely telling, though, is what he said right there at the end. He has assumptions on what's going on here, but he's not going to release any of those opinions of his own until he hears from federal law enforcement, which we'll know he'll continue to monitor this in the Situation Room. And it sounds like he wants to speak with President Trump if President Trump's able to later this evening. And he promised us he would come back and tell us how that went post the fact.
Yeah, one thing I'm honestly surprised about, we're getting information, pretty quickly. It's only been a couple of hours since this happened. We already have a lot of answers to a lot of questions. We know, sadly, someone was injured, and obviously it happens when shootings and big rallies like that. We do know former President Trump is safe. We know the suspected shooter is dead, killed by Secret Service, according to anonymous sources within law enforcement. But like we talked about earlier, you weren't in here, but White House correspondent John Decker was saying Gabby Giffords, Steve Scalise. We've seen political violence before. Obviously, Gabby Giffords gravely injured. Steve Scalise was injured as well, but has made a significant recovery. He's still back on the Hill doing his job and things like that. What was the immediate aftermath? Give some context. What happened after that? Even Ronald Reagan, who was pretty injured as well. What happened in the immediate time after those incidents?
Sure. Obviously, you saw increased security presence both at the Capitol building, but also at local congressional offices. Congress appropriated more money for members of Congress to protect their local offices, but also to safeguard their homes. They gave them funding that if they felt they needed to buy bulletproof vests, they would have funding to do things like that. I think, though, that let's take the Steve Scalise shooting for a prime example, though. It was the quick reaction, not only of his Capitol Police detail neutralizing that shooter, but then the quick reaction of Congressman Brad Winstrup saving Steve Scalise's life there on that baseball field. that helped make sure that Steve Scalise could be the majority leader today. And I think that it's very similar to what we see in Pennsylvania. Secret Service team immediately reacting, making sure President Trump was covered. These are agents that, regardless of party, have taken an oath to put their body in front of a bullet for whoever they're protecting. And then they worry about their own safety. And then you have that counter assault team that their mission is to draw that fire. Their mission is to go and put themselves between everybody in the room in that threat. And you saw that tactical team come out there wearing that olive drab green, that black. It looks like a SWAT team. Their job is they're not looking to protect the president directly at that moment. They're going to go immediately after the threat. And so I think that's what you started to see after those shootings with Gabby Giffords, with Steve Scalise, now this one, and especially after Ronald Reagan. Secret Service completely overhauled their protection protocols after the Ronald Reagan assassination, and that was a ricochet off the limousine that punctured his lung, right? And so a lot of things can change in the protective detail and how we approach, right? Secret Service will always find a way to keep the president safe. And they're going to do the best job possible.
And I know we might venture a little bit in the land of speculation, but what more, obviously the protocols were, and they seem to be pretty good, but what more could they do, if anything? For example, I was out at the Christmas performance here at the National Mall, and they had that glass in front of the podium for President Biden. Could we start to see that? What are some of the protocols that could be taken more, if any, especially as we get closer to Election Day, this political cycle?
Sure, you absolutely could see that ballistic glass start appearing at political rallies. It could be something, obviously, that campaigns and media networks aren't necessarily in love with, because it obviously distorts the image. It makes things not so pretty for TV. But again, safety is paramount. Regardless, Secret Service will always talk with the campaigns when they start coming up with their protective plan, and they will try to find a way to work with the campaigns to make sure the candidates' desires are fulfilled while being able to maintain their mission and their duty.
Mm-hmm. And, once again, to recap, it's such a scary scene right there. I know you talk to people who said there's chaos, kind of what your colleagues were describing on the ground. You could see in the video people kind of looking around and then ducking down after a couple more shots were fired. In your experience, have you ever thought an attack, and I know I can speak for myself, 32, so wasn't around when Ronald Reagan was, but I've obviously heard about the attack on him. Kind of remember Gabby Giffords, definitely remember Steve Scalise. But could you ever imagine some of this could continue to happen, especially in today's age, knowing those threats are out there, but knowing the security protocols and resources available?
Could I imagine it? Yes, unfortunately, just because of the amount of division and vitriol we have in our country right now, especially when it comes to politics. Do I wish it wasn't the case? Absolutely, right? A prior law enforcement officer, I have experience dealing with first response situations like this, and then also working at the White House with the Secret Service, seeing how much effort they put into making sure that everybody at these rallies are protected, not just the president. What I can tell you, though, is when something like this happens, it's going to go ahead and bring this country closer together. I think Joe Biden tried to start that process of healing with his short statement this evening, and I think that you're going to start seeing that also in Milwaukee and in Chicago. RNC and DNC are probably going to have a bigger security presence, but calls for unity, national unity, party unity, and make sure that we are all together on one page, fighting for the American Democratic Republic, making sure that we are going into 2025 together on the same foot.
And I know we see a lot of discourse between political opponents, but really a lot of the fighting happens amongst us, everyday, regular people. Social media certainly hasn't helped that. And I know you say, it'll bring us closer together. Are you starting to see that, or definitely expect people to be a little bit kinder to each other with political differences, so something like this or someone doesn't get triggered, or who knows what was going through that person when something like this didn't happen?
Yes, to some extent, right? You can even just look at Twitter. Some people who have been very staunch anti-Trump Republicans on social media were tweeting out pictures of a defiant Donald Trump this evening holding his fist in the air after being shot with the words, "This is my president." Right, or pray for President Trump. I might be a Republican, but I'm an American first, right? So there, you are starting to see that unity call, even from political Republicans that don't support the president up until this moment. But I think what's more important, right, Ryan, when we take a step back and we start looking at this too, is reminding ourselves that the candidates don't necessarily have this much vitriol at each other. The political operatives really don't have this much vitriol. It really comes down to the individual voters, right? And we need to all remind ourselves that politics is a process. It is not necessarily a living, right? And we need to remember that just because somebody has a different political view from us does not make them an enemy. They just make us somebody we disagree with. And we need to be able to come back to the table and have common sense dialogue, common sense debate that doesn't turn into violence.
And to your point, I tell my friends all the time, they ask me how divisive is Washington. I said, yeah, I've seen people argue on the House floor, then go downstairs to the cafeteria and stand in line together to get lunch. Just like you said, it's a job. Obviously, people are passionate about their beliefs, but it is a job. It's important, no doubt. But the vitriol a lot of times amongst us everyday people, as opposed to these political leaders who've known each other for years and years, many of them. Joe Biden was in the Senate. He's been in politics for 40-something years, and he knows all these people. And obviously Donald Trump's a political outsider and jumped in the game, but no strangers here. So definitely a worthwhile point. Moving forward, I know, I repeat a little bit, but to reiterate for people who come in on and off, sure. Expect moving forward. I know you said some advanced security, but what are some of the things, not only security-wise, but expect a different message, maybe a different tone from all candidates, up and down tickets and across party lines?
Well, I think the very important thing is that the Trump campaign came out right away. They made sure everybody knew the president was safe, right? The president was okay, was being treated at a medical facility. But the most important thing, too, is that we started seeing that from the Biden team as well, right? Pray for President Trump, right? And so I think that as long as that tone continues to happen from Joe Biden's camp, that you'll start seeing DNC start falling in that same messaging category. I think right now for the RNC, the Republican side, it is less that we need to necessarily be extending an olive branch, and it more is a call to our own, right? It's a call to Republicans. It's time for us to stand united. It is time for us to come together. It's time for us to support our nominee. And then we'll start, as the DNC has their convention in Chicago in August, then we'll start seeing probably a different shift in messaging for the RNC.
Wow, so I know we're talking a lot. Is there anything that we haven't covered, any aspects that we're not, or at least I'm not exactly focusing on or looking at, or anything that you've noticed or heard?
I mean, a lot's going on right now. I've got to say that one of the things that I saw reported on BBC was that apparently there were some attendees that saw the shooter approaching whatever his hide was, and they called it into local PD and Secret Service. And so it looks like there was a preemptive notification of this that might have potentially helped save lives. And so the fact that there were people on the lookout, they were taking recordings, they were reaching out and sharing it with local officials. Again, see something, say something. I think that potentially had a huge impact on how quickly Secret Service was able to respond.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for joining me. I know we got a lot of voices to get to. We got
Sure.
people on the ground in Milwaukee. Obviously, you've got people behind the scenes working to get information in. You've been so helpful from the phone call earlier. Obviously, you're here now, so thank you so much. I appreciate you joining.
Thanks, Ron.
Thank you. And to reiterate, we have breaking news coverage. Former President Donald Trump, he appeared to be an assassination attempt against his life. He was at a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, just days before the RNC in Milwaukee, firing up the crowds, rallying them behind his campaign message, specifically talking about the border, when 3 or 4 shots rang out. Then more shots rang out as he grabbed what seemed to be the back of his head and his ear. You're going to see him stand up here in this video here in a minute. And, you're going to see blood on his face. You're going to see blood on his ear. Campaign says he's okay. One person, sadly, was hit who was in the crowd. We don't know much information about them. I'm sure we're going to get more information about who that person was and what happened. Another big piece of information that we know, the one person who was the suspected perpetrator behind this has been killed by Secret Service. We know that from law enforcement sources and other information being other information being transmitted out there across multiple media outlets as well. President Joe Biden has already spoke talking about people condemning violence and coming together, like our conversation I just had with Rob. Hey, guys, this is an important job, no doubt. This impacts people's lives, no doubt, but it never should get to the point where there's violence. And we're going to go right now to another person we have here on standby right now, Anita. She is going to join us. She has experience with the Reagan administration. Obviously, you see an assassination attempt like this as it's being investigated. Ronald Reagan comes to mind. Anita McBride is on the phone right now. Anita, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you fine. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you so much for
Great.
joining. I know it's
Sure.
been obviously last minute, but as expected. Now, I know you have experience in the Reagan administration. Talk about your experience. I don't believe you were there when his assassination attempt happened, but tell us
Right.
what you know.
Sure. Well, of course, the same trauma, shock, grief that I think the country had then in March of 1981 to see a new president shot and thankfully survive that assassination attempt. And it changed all the protocols for a very young administration. Of course, this was not an expectation that something like that could happen. But of course, like your previous guest said, Secret Service is trained, and they are trained more now than they even were back then. Protocols did change, trainings did change, perimeters began to change around a president, around a public event, around the White House. Actually, since that time, the perimeter for access to the White House has been pushed out further and further because of security breaches or attempts on a president's life. So we've seen this in our country for decades. It's sad to see something like this happen, of course, today. Quick response, definitely by the Secret Service. And frankly, what you saw here too was a very defiant Donald Trump. This is not the way he is going to go down. And by turning to the crowd and looking directly at those cameras to say, I am here and I am fine. That was something, if you contrast it to 1981 when President Reagan, was pushed into a limo, of course, was pretty seriously wounded and then thankfully survived. But it was much more serious than this was today on Donald Trump, thankfully.
And I don't know how close you were with obviously Ronald Reagan, but as Ronald Reagan, the candidate, and sure the president, did it obviously going through that and experiencing that. How did that change him, if at all? And was it something that he was always looking for or looking out for?
No, absolutely not. And I think President Reagan's response to this after the assassination attempt and after he recovered and he healed and of course it changed things. It changed the schedule around him for a while. Certainly Mrs. Reagan's whole approach to how her husband would be handled at public events changed. But President Reagan he felt he survived because he was meant to be there and meant to be president. And he said in his meeting with Pope John Paul II, not long after that he felt surviving that assassination attempt was that he gave his life, really, he knew was in God's hands. And for every moment and every day that he had left, that he would be in service to the country and to his faith.
And one thing I do want to quickly interject with before I go back to your question. So according to a campaign official, the Biden campaign is pausing all outbound communications and working to pull down our television ads as quickly as possible. So that's just one thing I'm getting into the, obviously, studio right now. Are you surprised by that?
No, I'm not surprised by that. I think, again, like your previous guest said, too, it's taking a moment to step back and really evaluate what has happened. Here, this certainly sends shockwaves into the political campaign. We have all, as Americans, I think, been worried about a rhetoric that was getting much more hostile in these recent years. And this is an example of something that plays out in the extreme. Now, thankfully, no one, I don't think anyone in that crowd other than the perpetrator himself was killed. But I think we're going into the two most important events this summer for both campaigns, and that is their party conventions. There's so much activity around that. There are, and as ads, as you say, media, as you say, the perimeters that cover these two conventions are going to be even that much more intense. I am, evaluating the ads that each campaign has out there. It's probably a good thing. How long it will last, I don't know. We seem to have short memories in our country.
Yeah, we've seen that through past experience. And Rob, still here in studio, said Republicans are stopping communications as well. Obviously, it's immediate aftermath, still very, very fresh. What's going on is everybody's still searching for details. I want to go back on
And
another.
as an investigation goes on, of course, as to how someone could access wherever they were to pull those shots. You know, that's a tough moment for agents and law enforcement who work so hard and do so much to protect events like this. These big public, events are difficult to protect. It puts a lot of pressure on them. And your previous guest did say this too. They try and work with what the candidate wants. And the candidate is always going to want to be seen to the people and be accessible to the people. And this is the challenge, and this is the tension between law enforcement that has a job to do to protect the protectee, and what the candidate wants is to be seen by the voters.
No, absolutely. And especially Donald Trump, that's his whole message. I am
That's
here
his whole thing.
for the people.
That's right.
That's why he talks about
That's
the
right.
crowd so much. He talked about the
That's
crowd
right.
literally minutes before this happened. I was watching it in the newsroom. One thing I do want to go back to you with, going back to the Reagans, you mentioned the family. How did something like this impact the family? Because to them, that's the husband, that's dad, that's uncle or whomever.
That's right. Well, we know what it did to Mrs. Reagan. It just it frightened her for the rest of their time that they were in public life. And we know in some of the things that she, of course, did in the extreme, right? Going to the astrologist and working with the astrologist to even help plan or schedule what the president's events, would be. And that, those were things that came out, years later, of course. But you can imagine the trauma that she faced, thinking that her husband would be killed. And of course, we've had this happen in our country before, right? We've had that Mary Lincoln saw her husband killed right in front of her. I mean, she never recovered from that, ever. We saw, President Ford, an attempted assassination on his life when he was campaigning in 1976. It is hard on the family. They know, that they are vulnerable. They are surrounded by Secret Service all the time for every move that they make, and they rely on them to protect them. And thank God for them. But still, it is a worry all the time.
And speaking of family, I have a couple quick updates here just into the studio. The FBI said in a statement they're working with Secret Service on the investigation. I don't think that's a huge surprise. But Donald Trump Jr., says his father is in great spirits. He just talked to him, talked to him on the phone. He said his father will never stop fighting to save America, no matter what the radical left throws at him. He said of his father in a statement. And so, I know we just literally just moments ago had had a brief dialogue about quelling some of the talk and the tone. And I know Don Jr., radical left, they love throwing.
Not helpful saying that. And as I mentioned to you, of course, you saw the immediate reaction of President Trump. He was down for just a few seconds and up, pumping, his fist. That's who he is. He does, in some ways, that was helpful to see. He was up, he was moving, he was not, mortally or harmed in a way that would have kept him from walking out on his own. And part of Don Jr.'s statement is good. Talk to my father. He's in good spirits. It would have been great if it ended right there.
Right, agreed. I think a lot of people, there's a consensus of just calming the things. And I know you wrote a couple of books. I know you already mentioned several of the first ladies and how it impacted them. Long term, even after office, I know Trump's in a special position. He's rerunning for office again. But even after office, how did that impact them? Did they want to stay more quiet? I know George W. Bush, not that he went through anything like this, but he's a quiet guy. He likes to stay on that ranch in Crawford, and he likes to do his own thing.
And Lord knows there were many death threats, of course, against, him as well. It was a very consequential and controversial time when, you're commander-in-chief over 2 wars and one that was particularly unpopular. What's interesting here is to remember, again, in 2000, as the Clinton administration was going out of office, and we were in the middle of a campaign for a new president, the Congress had actually passed the law to remove Secret Service protection from former presidents after 10 years, that they would no longer have it for life. But then 9/11 happened, and the threats in our country were exponential. And of course, everybody's in the crosshairs. And so the law had to revert back for coverage by Secret Service for former presidents and former first ladies for the rest of their life as well. I am quite sure that will never change again.
And talking about the changing protocols, you know, obviously in the immediate aftermath of Reagan, what were some of the specific things that they did differently with presidential candidates that they weren't doing before to prevent, obviously, what happened to President Reagan?
Well, I think, you know, again, some of the screenings that happen. I mean, it's really hard with the big public events. Some of it is assets that are available. Are there enough magnetometers to get these big crowds through, and how long it takes for people to get through? But again, the perimeters are pushed out more from the stage. What you mentioned earlier too, you know, sort of the bulletproof, you know, metal that's in front of the stage, and now you see some places with glass, you know, around a protectee. At the White House, I can tell you honestly, walking in there as a young staffer in 1981, I had a paper pass that had my picture on it, and I could walk into almost any, you know, door around those 18 acres. But as threats continued and to get more severe, and as things happened around the White House, the perimeter is just pushed out farther and farther. City streets that are blocked off, that used to be vehicular traffic, even right in front of the White House on Pennsylvania Avenue, which have been no cars there since a plane tried to fly into the White House during the Clinton years, and did, a small plane that hit the doctor's office over on the South Side. So, I mean, all of these things, you can understand why the Secret Service wants to have more of a barrier around the president rather than less. And again, as I mentioned, the tension that always exists between the staff and the president sometimes himself, to not be perceived as to be kept from the people or protected from the people. But it's just reality in the world that we live in. It's their job to keep them safe, and trying to find the balance is always going to be a struggle. And I would imagine it's going to get tough after today's incident for the remainder of this campaign and for any public events in the future.
And going off the conversation of access, I know I talked to Vice President Kamala Harris one-on-one back in February.
Yeah.
And when I got to her campaign rally, we were doing the interview behind the scenes. It was at South Carolina State University. And I wanted to go to the bathroom. And the Secret Service guy, who I walked in front of already twice, was questioning me where I was going. This and that. I'm like, you know, he'd already seen me. He was questioning if I had to go to the bathroom or not. So, you know, that's the Vice President, and they take it that serious. You know, can we see tightened access, even media or regular people or donors moving forward? What do you think?
Yes, I think it's very possible, and it would be natural. I mean, I don't ever like to think of the Secret Service and law enforcement as knee-jerk reaction. That's not, you know, what they are or who they are. They have a really, really tough job to do, and they are, you know, going to have a laundry list of things that they think are important to protect the president, the vice president, other protectees, you know, in the family and others. And so it may get a little tougher, but I'm going to tell you, these events are not going to stop. They certainly aren't going to stop for Donald Trump. I don't think they're going to stop for Joe Biden either. So people have to wait a little bit longer, or you're right, donors who have a certain expectation, or they know the candidate, that they be, you know, treated a little differently. There's always ways to get different groups of people into an event, and I imagine that would continue to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, thank you so much. I know I'm running out of questions here. You know, just trying to, have you heard anything from anybody on the ground there or anything like that, or anything I haven't asked you?
I'm sorry, I haven't, because I have to say I've been following just the news. I am as far away from this as possible in Wyoming. but have followed the news today and have heard from, different people who are there. But personally, no, I'm too far away from it to actually have any more updated information than you have.
Well, let me ask you this: as a former campaign staffer, how do you think the staffers will react to this?
I think they'll go through a series of emotions. I think they'll go through being relieved that their candidate is okay, mad that this has happened, fired up that they are really in a battle here to win a race that they believe their guy is the only guy that should be running the country. I'm speaking now from the Trump side, from the Biden side. I'm sure, honestly, if I could, say they'll be evaluating what does this do to their campaign. Is this more sympathy for Donald Trump? Is that, anger that he's the one that has stoked this kind of violence? I mean, there's just, campaign staffers are in a fight right now. They're in a fight for their candidate to win. It's really intense to work on a campaign. I've worked on a number of them, winning ones and losing ones. And you want your guy to win or your gal to win. And so when there's something like this, a trauma like this, you're going to go through a whole range of emotions, but you're not going to take your eye off the prize.
Absolutely. And, similar question, people down ticket, especially some of these prominent Senate and House races that we have going. Do you expect them to obviously change protocol, change tone, change?
It may. I mean, you had the Senate candidate from Pennsylvania was sitting in that crowd. David McCormick was on that stage. And I think that what I heard was, someone behind him, in the crowd was hit.
Yes.
And so that's, really, that's got to be for him and for his, wife, a real shock to the system. They're, really, you're collateral damage when you are not the principal, right? And it was the president that was being protected by the Secret Service, or the former president in this case being protected by the Secret Service, but everybody else doesn't have this level of security at their events and their rallies and their public events. Of course, there is some protection and security, but not the level and the level of expertise of the Secret Service.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's got to be worrisome. It's got to be very worrisome.
Definitely so. Thank you so much. Well said. I know I'm exhausting all the info and the bandwidth, but I appreciate you giving us so much insight, especially about the families. I'm sure we see him with Barron
very
a lot.
Tough on them.
Barron was at the last campaign event. That's a young son, 18, 19, just graduated high school.
Right, exactly. And again, this week, this convention will go on. Nothing is going to stop that. It will be interesting to see the appearances by the family, the response, the responses, the speech. I think the roster of speeches was released today. Curiously, Mrs. Trump, Melania Trump, was not listed. Maybe that changes now. I mean, who knows?
Yeah, exactly. I know she's been, obviously, her presence or lack of presence has been a topic of conversation, to say the least.
She will do what she wants to do and when she feels that she adds the most value. And she, was really never given enough credit in her time in the White House for being more politically astute than people gave her credit for. So we'll see. And she just does not feel that she needs to be the loudest voice in the room and out there, all the time. I just don't think that's going to change very much. But I can't imagine she won't be at the convention with her husband, but we'll see.
And speaking of her husband, not to cut you off, Donald Trump on Truth Social, what it looks like, another statement, just going to read it out. Quote, I want to thank the United States Secret Service and all of law enforcement for their rapid response on the shooting that just took place in Butler, Pennsylvania. Most importantly, I want to extend my condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed and also the family of another person that was badly injured. It is incredible that such an act can take place in our country. Nothing is known at the time about the shooter, who is now dead. I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. I knew immediately that something was wrong and that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through my skin. Much bleeding took place, so I realized then what was happening. God bless America. And that's
You know, that's an amazing statement. He gave people a lot of information there. Obviously, you know, maybe the law enforcement didn't want him to say that much while they were investigating, but I think people needed to hear that. And he started off right, thanking the people who saved his life and blessing the country at the end. And I have to say, too, I'm really proud of my former boss, George W. Bush, that got a statement out there really quickly and really almost before anybody else. And I think, again, these people who, like President Trump, like President Bush, like all of them, who have had to live with this level of protection around them, they know their lives are always in their hands.
And to recap, I haven't seen that statement from President Bush. Could you just recap or kind of summarize exactly what he said?
Sure, very brief, but he and Mrs. Bush put out a statement that they were thankful to know that President Trump was okay, and that they, applaud and commend the quick action of the Secret Service and the first responders. I mean, essentially, that was the statement. It's a short paragraph.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, I just took a peek at it here in the studio, and it's interesting to see. Now, President Bush, obviously, the other Republican, former president, still alive, if I'm remembering, if I'm remembering correctly. And there's been tension between him and Trump and their families over the years. To see them come together, obviously we've seen it across the aisle, with the exception of Don Jr.'s message. I think we can agree everybody's pretty much on the same page. Happy for Donald Trump, sad for that victim's family.
That's right, of course. And the thing is, I have to say, in the 3 opportunities I had to work for 3 terrific presidents, Ronald Reagan, George H.W. Bush, and George W. Bush, it does not surprise me that any one of them would have had a statement like this, focus on what's important. The principal is safe. In this case, the candidate, the former president, is safe. The Secret Service is there to protect them, and our country is resilient and will go on.
Anita, thank you so much for joining me, and so much insight you've given me and all of our viewers, quite frankly, and historical context, obviously, as we continue to get more information. I really appreciate your time and influence in education.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it, too. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye. So we're coming back here in the studio. I know we're recapping just to get everybody back up to speed on the same page. Former President Donald Trump doing fine now after what law enforcement is investigating an assassination attempt at a presidential rally in Butler, Pennsylvania earlier this afternoon at about 6 o'clock, a little bit after 6 o'clock here Eastern time, when this video was taking place and happening live on stage, talking about border policy. You could hear several shots ring out and then several more shots ring out. Donald Trump has already spoken out, saying that he's fine, saying that he was shot in the ear, saying that he is very thankful for law enforcement, saying that he's very thankful for law enforcement and everything that they did to help make sure that he was safe and make sure that he was good to go. One of the things we do know that the shooter is dead. He said, law enforcement said the shooter was outside the rally grounds, but he didn't give, a source didn't give additional information about where the shooter was exactly. Quote unquote, quite frankly, I don't know how he would have gotten to the location where he was, but he was outside the grounds. And I think that's something that we're going to have to figure out how he got there. That's according to reporting from CNN right now. One thing we do know, like I said, once again, that shooter is dead. He was killed by Secret Service. That was confirmed by an anonymous source in law enforcement right there. It's a very tragic day, obviously. Thankful the president's not hurt, but one person dead. We're told another person fighting injuries as well from bullets that obviously came from that shooter's gun. Well, not obviously, it suspectedly came from that shooter's gun right there. We do know, once again, that he's dead. And the president took cover. He was escorted off stage by law enforcement. The Trump campaign has, like I said, already released that statement saying that he's fine, currently getting some medical attention. We know Don Jr. has talked to him and said that he was okay. Gary O'Donoghue with the BBC is on Zoom. We'll go to him right now. He was a witness, so we're going to get more reaction from on the ground right there. Gary, thank you so much for joining me. He's coming on here in just a couple of moments. Scary scenes. Like I said, I was watching this in the newsroom and was startled. Gary is joining us. Jerry, what was it like there on the ground, first and foremost?
Well, we were just outside the perimeter of the rally. We actually hadn't been credentialed for the rally. We were just outside, and we were going live on one of our news outlets. And suddenly we heard this burst of gunfire, maybe 150 meters away. It sounded like 6, maybe 8 shots in total, could have been more. And to be honest, it was immediately apparent it was gunfire. Sometimes you wonder whether it's a car or a motorcycle or something like that, but it was immediately obvious there'd been a burst of gunfire, and we hit the deck because we had no idea where it was coming from or if there was any more or how many shooters there were or anything, quite honestly. And then we heard some screaming from within inside the audience, the crowd, and there were thousands of people inside there. And then there was a lot of mayhem, a lot of people streaming out, people very upset, as you can imagine. And we spoke to a number of eyewitnesses, including one guy who's called Greg, who talked to us about seeing a guy crawl up onto the roof of a building off to the right of the stage as the former president was on stage, to his right, a single-story building with a white roof. I think it's a sort of metal building, not some kind of office building or something like that. Don't forget, this is a farm showground, as you know. And they saw this guy crawl up onto the roof, he says, and he had a rifle. And they tried to point this out to the Secret Service and the police, who couldn't really see from their vantage point. This kind of bunch of hills around this showground. So sometimes there are sort of blind spots in that sense. And then this guy told us that he heard the shooting, and then he said he saw the man killed by presumably the Secret Service or some form of law enforcement. So that shooting we heard is probably the exchange of fire between the man who appears to have been the shooter, who we understand is dead, and law enforcement who were also on other roofs around here. So that's what we've heard. We've also heard a lot of stuff from other eyewitnesses about the panic in the crowd afterwards. Everyone hit the deck, as you can imagine. There was some kind of loudspeaker that started coming down that people think that may have been hit by the bullets on the hydraulics, may have punctured the hydraulics on the speaker. One eyewitness told us 17-year-old Colby, him and his father just live 2 miles down the road from here. They own a farm. This is their first political rally. They told us that they saw a couple of people taken off on stretchers afterwards as the panic kind of ensued. And really, we also heard a lot of people were very, very angry at what had happened, very fearful about the country and about the future of the country and about the future of American democracy.
And one more quick question before we let you go. I know you said this suspect climbed up on this roof. How far away was that from the rally? How far away was that, approximately from the stage, if you had to ballpark it?
That's really difficult for us to tell from where we are, to be honest. And we're now in a lockdown area. You can hear the choppers overhead, the places crawling with cops. The FBI are presumably on their way. It's difficult for us to judge the distance. We can see the building, but we can't see from where we are now where the stage was. But it was just outside the perimeter, as we understand it from the eyewitnesses. So obviously, if this guy was on the roof, as they described, he'd have had a clearer sight than you had from the ground. But nothing is very far. And of course, the problem is here is you can have all the security you like within the perimeter, and there is loads of security at these things, as you know as well as I do. But in an outdoor venue, there's always an outside bit, isn't there? And it looks like there was an outside bit where this potential gunman got to. And that's going to be the subject of an enormous number of questions and investigations from here on in. At the moment, this place where I'm talking to you from is one great big crime scene.
Yeah, no, I can only imagine what it's like in the immediate after. I know what it's like when it's before any of this doesn't happen, but I can only imagine. What's the scene like now?
Well, there's a lot of police activity, as you can imagine. They've switched on the lights now because the sun is starting to go down, it's starting to get a little bit darker. As I say, there are choppers in the air. We're completely kind of hemmed in, really. We can't move because of the lockdown. Most of the public has managed to get out and go home. But this is going to be a very, very long night here, I think, for everyone concerned. And, you're already seeing not just the sort of the investigation here on the ground, and I've no doubt the FBI are either here or on their way. But you've seen now the ramifications and the consequences really reverberating around the world. I mean, this is a global news event.
Gary O'Donoghue with the BBC, thank you so much for giving us that insight on the ground. Please continue to stay safe, and hopefully you can get released from that lockdown soon.
Thanks, man.
We're going to turn our conversation back here in studio. Rob still in-house, giving us some insight and helping us, continue to navigate, what has happened and most importantly, what comes next. I know, we talked a lot about protocol and things that might change. Are you hearing anything different? What are you saying? What are you hearing?
I'm not really hearing anything different. It does sound like your last guest said, this is a crime scene now. And so even people leaving, it's going to take a little bit longer, right? The police, Secret Service, FBI, they're going to want as much evidence as they can. They're going to try to gather as much video as they can. They want to try to get all the details. But I was reminded of something that you mentioned earlier, in the wake of the Steve Scalise shooting, right? A lot of things changed for the members that had Capitol Police security details. For the vast members of Congress, it didn't change at all, right? And so this is something that these elected officials do have to live with. And it's something that I think that Donald Trump, you read his statement earlier, was shot by a bullet in the ear. It sounds like he's okay. It sounds like he's been released from the hospital or will be released from the hospital. It doesn't sound like he has any need for surgery. It seems like he's going to resume a campaign schedule, and that's good news for him, his family, for the Republican Party. But I think that once all the air is clear tonight, I think President Biden does need to come out and he needs to condemn violence, and he needs to speak to the American people and say that this is absolutely terrible and it has no place in our system.
Obviously we don't know anything about a shooter, his background, history, or motive, or anything like that. But continue on. What should be President Biden's message, and how much responsibility does he have, not as the political opponent, but as the President of the United States, to really say something and what that message
As the President of the United States, he has the responsibility to trust the country. He, first and foremost, is our chief executive. He's the commander-in-chief. He's the leader of the free world. But he also has to serve as that comforter-in-chief, too. Right? A lot of people are scared right now. A lot of people are worried. A lot of people aren't really sure what's going to happen tomorrow when something like this happens. And so he needs to come out and say, the time is done, right? This was a terrible instance. This is not continuing. We will not see this move on in the future. We need to nip this in the bud now. That's his responsibility to the American people. He needs to take the Republican Democrat hat off, and he needs to think of this as a moment for him as the American president to address the country. And that needs to happen sooner rather than later.
I know we heard him about an hour ago at this point now. Time's starting to blend together a little bit. But, when he gave that short message, he said he'd come back out. Obviously, we're getting more details. Obviously, we're thinking about it. Do you think the president, will come back out real quick before we go back to Milwaukee?
I think he will. I'm not sure when he'll come out. We're sitting here at 9 o'clock hour here, East Coast time. Hopefully he comes out here in the next hour. I think that would be the prudent thing to do, is try to get this done before we get too late into quote unquote prime time on the West Coast. But at the same time, it sounds like President Trump's resuming a campaign schedule. We're seeing reports on Twitter that he's going to be attending a UFC fight tonight, and so we'll see if Donald Trump makes another public appearance and who's standing by his side. So.
Another large crowd at UFC events. I've seen plenty of those for sure. Yeah. We're going to turn our attention back to White House correspondent John Decker. He is standing by in Milwaukee, the site of the RNC. John, hearing anything new, seeing anything different there on the ground?
No, nothing different here on the ground. Obviously, a lot of concern just a few hours ago when news broke of this possible assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump. Now that the statement has been put out by the campaign, now that a statement has been put out by the former president on his social media site, Truth Social, that he's fine, I think people feel a lot better. They're more calm than what was the place here in Milwaukee just a few hours ago.
Wow, good insight. And I know we've heard a lot of commentary from a lot of people from a lot of different aspects within political campaigns, obviously people who have covered them well. Don Jr., we had a large conversation about the tone of messaging. We've seen the Biden administration say they're starting to pull down campaign ads, at least in the immediate aftermath. But Don Jr. released a statement too, obviously saying his father's okay, but also saying that, mentioning the radical left. I know that's a big hot word or hot phrase they're using. Surprised that at least rhetoric within Donald Trump's own family seems to be status quo as usual, or not?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. We don't know, as your former guest just said, Ryan, the motivations behind this particular individual that tried to potentially assassinate the former president. We don't know his political leanings. So we can jump to conclusions. I think that's a big mistake. We don't know. We'll learn in the days ahead much about this particular individual. What we do know, however, Ryan, is what the Secret Service has told us. They put out a statement within the past 15 minutes indicating everything that they know up to this point. We know that the shooter was outside the rally area. According to the Secret Service, was in an elevated area when this individual took those shots. We know, of course, that there was a fatality in terms of one of the rally goers. 2 individuals, according to the statement by the Secret Service, were seriously wounded. So that's helpful information. And in addition to that, we know what the campaign itself, Ryan, has put out, that the president is fine, that the president can go about doing the duties that he wished to go about this week as he prepares for coming here to Milwaukee to take part in this coronation, so to speak, of Donald Trump to be the Republican presidential nominee. That will actually take place in terms of the president's speech accepting the Republican nomination Thursday night. So just a few nights from now is when we'll see Donald Trump make his speech accepting the nomination. And would I be surprised if he makes reference to what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania earlier today? No, I wouldn't be. I think that's something that the former president could talk about and should talk about, talking about how political violence has no place in our society and certainly no place in this election cycle.
John, thank you so much for your reporting. I know we've talked about the perimeter. We talked to someone just before you who is with the BBC. He was at the campaign rally and described it exactly how you had. Someone had got up on a roof of some sort outside the perimeter and taken those shots. I know I was talking to you earlier today about that perimeter and how it might expand. You said most definitely it would. What other, if anything else that we haven't discussed, what protocol changes for security outside of these events? How much wider, how much tighter, especially with so many protests being planned?
Yeah, that's right. So the Secret Service, Ryan, is going to be even more vigilant than they would be with former President Trump coming to Milwaukee, supposed to arrive as early as tomorrow. Monday may be also a possibility. And of course, we still don't know who Donald Trump's running mate is going to be. That's going to be announced, certainly, I would imagine, within the next 48 hours or so. But as it relates to what's happening here on the ground, that security perimeter may be widened out by the Secret Service, by law enforcement. And we spoke earlier, Ryan, about the layers of security that one must go through, must pass through if you're attending a rally, just as a regular rally goer supporting your candidate. That those levels may increase going forward this election cycle, not only for former President Donald Trump, but also for President Biden as well.
John, thank you so much for all the insight. I know you'll continue to collect perspectives and obviously do some great reporting as you've done all day today. Obviously have more for us later, for sure tomorrow, but thank you so much. We appreciate your insight. And right now we are going to go to President Joe Biden. We're going to play his full remarks as we continue to just get more reaction. This is from earlier today. Obviously, we haven't heard him a second time. We've learned some new information since then, but here's President Joe Biden giving his statements.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for coming, folks. I've been thoroughly briefed by all the agencies in the federal government as to the situation, based on what we know now. I have tried to get a hold of Donald. He's with his doctors. Apparently, he's doing well. I plan on talking to them shortly, I hope, when I get back to the telephone. Look, There's no place in America for this kind of violence. It's sick. It's sick. It's one of the reasons why we have to unite this country. We cannot allow for this to be happening. We cannot be like this. We cannot condone this. And so, and I want to thank the Secret Service and all the agencies, including the state agencies, that have been engaged in making sure that people who, and we have more detail to come relative to other people maybe injured in the audience. I don't have all that detail. We'll make that available to you. I may be able to come back a little later tonight, but we'll put out a statement if I'm not able to give, if it's not convenient for you all. But the bottom line is that the Trump rally was a rally that he should have been able to be conducted peacefully without any problem. But the idea that there's political violence or violence in America like this is just unheard of. It's just not appropriate. And everybody must condemn it. Everybody. I'll keep you informed, and if I'm able to speak to Donald, I'll let you know that as well. So far, it appears he's doing well, number one. Number two, that there's thoroughly investigating what happened to anyone else in the audience. We have some reports, but not final reports. And every agency in the federal government, I'm going back to my phone to speak with the federal agencies that are being put together again to give me an updated briefing. Has anything happened? They learned any more in the last couple hours. So thank you very much, and I hope I get to speak to them tonight, and I'll get back to you if I do. Okay?
Mr. President, do you think this was an assassination attempt?
I don't know enough to. I have an opinion, but I don't have any facts. So I want to make sure we have all the facts before I make any more comments. Thank you.
Are you worried for President safety?
Once again, to reiterate and answer that question for that reporter right there, it is being investigated as an assassination attempt. And that's something that we're still waiting to hear back from President Joe Biden. That was earlier today. We've gotten some new information since then. Obviously, a lot of new information. That investigation certainly moving along. Rob's still here in studio with me, working the phones, gathering details, at least giving us some more insight on exactly what could be going through the minds of some of these candidates. I mean, you heard one of the questions Joe Biden didn't answer. Are you concerned? I'm sure he is, but maybe the average person, is there a difference between security details between president and former president, or?
No, not really. I mean, the size might be slightly different. Again, Secret Service doesn't comment on procedure, but presidents are still entitled to a full protective detail. And so, especially when you're a major party nominee, you essentially get a presidential level protective detail. So there's not much difference between the detail he had in the White House and the detail President Trump has today. I think that, yes, this is in the back of Joe Biden's mind, but I think more so it's in the back of every member of the family's mind, every member of the Trump family's mind, every member of Kamala Harris's family's mind, and whoever the presumptive VP nominee for the Republican Party is going to be. I'm sure their family members are starting to think about this as well.
And it's pretty commonplace to see the family alongside these candidates after debates, after rallies. I know, we've seen Barron a lot on the campaign. Don Jr. and Eric and Ivanka was even in the White House. Donald Trump certainly kept his kids close. Do you think some of these candidates might start to keep themselves distanced to make sure, if something like this someone were to try something again, at least it would just be one and not several loved ones?
Unfortunately, I don't think that you could ever approach a political campaign by looking at it from the negative, right? I encourage all of my candidates, right? First off, we don't look at the finish line as election day. We look at the finish line as today. At the end of the day, we need to ask, did we do everything that we could do to win today? And then the second thing we need to ask is, did we do everything right today so that I can look myself and my family in the eyes? And I think that as long as you go through your campaign, as long as you go through your administration with that type of focus, you realize you can't keep your family in a drawer, right? Nobody wants their family to be the subject of a political campaign, but the American people like having the family in the White House. They like being able to see a young Barron grow up and play soccer right off the Rose Garden, right? And be able to go to school and watch these children. They feel a sense of not ownership, but they feel a sense of connection to the family when there's children and there's a loving wife and extended family that's present, visible, and partaking in the experience with the protectee.
And going back to the scene, we have some perspective from witnesses. We're going to go right now. Let's hear more from some witnesses who were there during this harrowing incident.
I am, yes. Hi, Wolf. I'm here with Joseph Mine. He was sitting actually behind Donald Trump in the bleachers today when this all unfolded. I'm going to let him share exactly what he saw. It was a very harrowing moment that he was there for. Can you please tell us what happened, Joseph?
Yeah, it was the Trump. I was attending the rally. It seemed initially like firecrackers went off. It was very confusing initially because I knew it was gunfire, but I couldn't quite tell where it was coming from. It sounded like it was coming from behind the bleachers, and the man in the bleachers, kind of to the right of me in the bleachers, took a gunshot wound to the head. Was killed, and another woman. I don't know exactly where she was in the bleachers. I think she was either behind me or to the right of me. She got around she got hit in the forearm and hand. It looked like, but if she was wounded, she wasn't killed.
Can I ask you how you're feeling? Obviously, you just witnessed something terrible happen. A lot of chaos was in the room. How exactly are you feeling right now, Joseph?
It's something you don't expect. It's a bolt out of the blue, so it's very shocking. It's just, I think a lot of people in the crowd just thought it was fireworks going off. I knew immediately it was gunshots. I knew they were close, and then when I saw someone get hit and go down, that's when I knew it was probably serious. It was a lot of confusion. It's just massive confusion, throughout the event. I saw Donald Trump get hit. It looked like he was either, I was running my camera at the time, but it looked like he was just turning his head to the side, and it looked like he got grazed in the right ear with a bullet. I kind of saw that go on, and then I looked down, I saw that the man, had died in the bleachers. It was just complete pandemonium. There was a bit of a delay, there was a lot of confusion, but immediately, it seemed like more gunfire erupted. I couldn't figure out where that was coming from, and then, there was a state policeman there. I believe a SWAT team, showed up relatively quickly. They jumped the side. There was a fence, it was next to the bleachers. They jumped the bleachers and started clearing the bleachers. And then I helped carry the body of the man down out of the bleachers, and they took him to a tent behind the bleachers. We put a towel over his head, but he's deceased.
You were telling me before when we were chatting briefly that you never had a chance to make it to a Trump rally, that this was your first time. Yes. Would you feel safe coming back to another Trump rally?
Yeah, it's a very random event that happens. I feel safe generally where I go in the country. I think the problem is we have everyone seems very angry, and it makes you kind of I'll go to a Trump rally again, but I'll think twice. You definitely want to have your head on the swivel. It just seems like there's a lot of angry people out there, and I'm not shocked that this happened. I'm shocked that I was sitting there and it happened next to me. Obviously, you never anticipate that to happen, but it's just horrible. We shouldn't be at a level of political discourse in this country where this is going on. It feels like it's 1960 again. It's horrible.
Can you describe for me, Joseph, what happened after you saw the shots? And I was there as well. Secret Service was screaming for everyone to get down. They quickly tried to clear the area. I'm just curious what that process was like for you in the aftermath.
Very confusing. Like I said, I think everyone who was in the bleachers knew. It was initially confusing when the gunshots erupted. I think the crowd thought it was fireworks. I think someone thought they were playing a joke. And, the people who were close to the people that got injured and killed, you obviously knew it wasn't a joke. And it seemed like there was a push-pull in the crowd. And that is, one half of the crowd on the far end of the rally thought it was some type of weird joke. The other half of the crowd knew it wasn't and was trying to push or impress upon the rest of the crowd that this is serious. And I think everyone got the idea very quickly that it was a dangerous situation, and everyone just started hitting the deck. And, kudos to the Secret Service. Again, when you're in these situations, a second feels like it's an hour, but it seemed like authorities were there very quickly. It just seemed to me, like I said, I was sitting there, it seemed like the rounds came from behind, and they got this, they hit the gentleman in the head. He got a gunshot wound to the head, and the other lady was injured, and then I saw President Trump, get hit, and it looked like his right ear, but it seemed initially everyone was half the crowd was in shock, and the other half thought it was some type of weird joke. And it took a bit for everyone to get a good understanding of what was going on.
And here back in studio, right before we go back to Milwaukee with Graham Elkins, here Rob has a couple of updates that he's still getting in real time. I'm just going to bring them back here on the screen if we can get a two-shot going again. Rob, what are you hearing from the Trump campaign and his status, and what are you hearing around Washington?
Well, it looks like in the last 10 minutes or so, it looks like he left the hospital there in Butler, Pennsylvania. So it looks like he's now on the move.
Good news.
And so now I'm seeing a lot of conversations go back and forth within the political realm of conservative operatives, talking about how recently there was a cadre of Democrat members of Congress that actually fought to have Donald Trump's Secret Service detail removed from him after the conviction in New York, and introduced legislation as such. One of those even has a staffer celebrating the attempted assassination on Facebook right now, and Jim Banks, a member of Congress from Indiana, is calling out that member of Congress, encouraging them to relieve that staffer of their duties. And so there's a lot going back and forth on Twitter between members of Congress right now. A lot of operatives are texting back and forth. We're all trying to keep each other in the loop. And then it looks like President Trump has left the hospital, according to reports and photos that I've been able to get from people.
Take a look at what happened. Yeah, short memory, I think, as we said earlier, when it comes to trying to keep things tranquil and peaceful. Let's go right back now, back to Milwaukee. Like we've been reporting, Gray TV has a team at the RNC right now, the site of it, as it's about to start. Graham Olkins, Graham, they're live. Graham, hey, what have you noticed? What have you been hearing there on the scene? Obviously, huge Republican presence there. A lot of people keeping their eyes on this situation.
Yeah, Ryan, obviously a lot of people here kind of in shock as well. All of these reporting teams that were kind of settling in for the night. It seems like we've seen a lot of the reporters and other journalists kind of come back out here to the Fiserv Forum. The inside is actually closed right now. They have it closed. It was going to be closed anyway this evening. So no reporters in there, but we do see a lot of security out here. There's a helicopter hovering overhead. It was tight security to begin with here outside the Fiserv, but everything is now obviously very heightened since what happened today here, what you're seeing on the screen. So it is just a lot of folks kind of seeing what's going to be the next step. How is this convention going to change now that this has happened, this assassination attempt, and what the messages are going to be like from all of these speakers that are going to be on the stage over these next 4 days, what the tone of this convention is going to be, if it's going to change. It's kind of a lot of unknown, as really this is just changed everything in a split second, and it's going to make the convention all that more historic, Ryan.
Yeah, definitely. I'm expecting to hear a lot of people, if not everybody, on stage and in the crowd talking about this event. And I know one thing we cover news, we cover the decisiveness that politics has brought upon the country. Have you seen people there starting to come together a little bit more? I don't know who's exactly there yet, but what are you hearing from people about how we move forward and what it looks like moving forward next week and beyond?
I really haven't had a chance to talk to many people. There really aren't a lot of people besides journalists out here where we are right now. There are a couple of restaurants that are right across from the Fiserv Forum. There's some people sitting out here having beers. There's some people that are coming by taking pictures. But I don't think there's really any sort of coming together that I've seen, except for all of the statements, obviously, that we're seeing. Universal condemnation of this from everyone in the political sphere, which obviously we need. But as far as people, average people coming together, that certainly is not the sentiment I've been seeing on social media. It seems like there are lots of people who are celebrating this in a sense, as we were just hearing from Rob say. And then there, of course, it seems people are split still. So, I don't think there's anything has come this quickly I think people still trying to digest this news and kind of take it all in before, maybe tomorrow, maybe in the week ahead. Hopefully it could maybe unite some folks, and we'll see again on the stage here if that is part of the message, or if there is some kind of outreach, or just some kind of moment where this is like a healing thing for the country, but remains to be seen. And from just the initial social media reaction that I've been seeing, we're certainly not anywhere near that yet.
Yeah, Graham Olkins on the scene right there. Graham, I know reporting will be tight. What was the security like just for you guys? I know we were setting up and really literally moments before that shooting happened in Pennsylvania. Secret Service was trying to kick the media out so they can do their per usual security sweep. Have you noticed or even heard from security or Secret Service or whomever about increased protocols already?
We haven't heard anything specific. I can tell you, though, there are a lot of officers. I mean, there have been all day today. I mean, we went this morning into the FISERV to bring in our equipment, passed through metal detectors. All of our gear had to be scanned. That's standard procedure. They've not closed down anything more that wasn't already closed this morning. So I haven't seen any immediate specific response. All of the Secret Service officers I've talked to, the agents have been very nice, very friendly, very helpful, directing us where to go. But it'll certainly be something they're talking about right now, whether or not they want to expand the security perimeter. Potentially, there's a perimeter for vehicles and a perimeter for pedestrians. So there's two different perimeters here, and whether they expand that or not could be whether they have, again, there's helicopters circling us, has been for the last several hours. Didn't notice that necessarily this morning. But there's just so much going on in Milwaukee with so many people coming into town. Some 50,000 people are expected here for this. So obviously security is already super tight, and we can only expect that they are going to just be extra vigilant. But as for specifics of tightening up, we haven't been told anything quite yet.
No, I know, Graham, you probably haven't had these conversations. And sadly, one person was injured, just an innocent bystander. One person was killed during that shooting that happened in Pennsylvania. Have you guys talked with the team about, hey, just keeping your heads on a swivel, just making sure everything remains peaceful and calm, at least in the area? I know you guys are probably running around town a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, we did. We talked about that as a team before we even got to Milwaukee. Just in general, we had calls with experts actually to help us be secure. Security experts, legal experts as well, just telling us, the risks to always be aware of your surroundings here. And there are still lots of people. This is still open. Where I'm standing right in front of the FISERV. Anyone right now can walk up. So it is an open area right now. You see people kind of milling about here. Not a lot of people, but if someone wanted to come out here, they certainly could at this time. And that's not going to be closed tonight. This pedestrian perimeter, that'll be more during the week. But yeah, it's certainly something you always think about, sadly, in these times in which we live now. Reporters just on a regular run-of-the-mill live shot, always kind of having your head on a swivel. But it does make you think about it more when something like this happens, obviously. And it's not a great feeling. It's a worrisome feeling for everyone that's out here, I'm sure.
And Graham, not to cut you off, but we got another statement in from somebody who's close to this situation one way or another. Majority Leader Steve Scalise on Twitter, or X, formerly known as Twitter, saying for weeks Democrat leaders have been fueling ludicrous hysteria that Donald Trump winning re-election would be the end of democracy in America. Clearly, we've seen far-left lunatics act on violent rhetoric in the past. This incendiary rhetoric must stop. I'm sure he, if not him, other people who share probably similar beliefs will be at the RNC. What are some of the things that you're asking him? One conversation we had in here was, having calm speech to make sure that people outside, the Washington stay calm. What do you think about asking or talking to some of these politicians about, hey, the message that they're sending?
It needs to be asked. I think it needs to be asked every time, because this isn't the first violent incident that we have seen, of course. Obviously, it's the most extreme, but it's certainly something that needs to stay in the conversation. Because the rhetoric really does seem to get out of control, and people emulate what they see from the highest levels. So our leaders, our elected leaders, really need to be very careful, and hopefully this will serve as a wake-up call for a lot of those leaders as well, to really be careful what they say. Words do matter, and people these days seem to be getting radicalized very easily on the internet. There's all sorts of research even that supports that social media can be a dangerous place. Obviously, it's good, but the politicians, what they say gets filtered down, and people really hang on their words. So we certainly will be asking those questions of the politicians this week.
Graham Olkins, L&L anchor, thank you so much for joining me on The Insight. I'm sure we'll be hearing a lot more from you over the coming weeks, as we're already expecting, if not more. Thank you so much for your great coverage. Right now, we're going to transition to some more witness sound, hear exactly what it was like on the ground there. Sad day for America, sad day for the country, sad day for those families of the victims, but thankful that former President Trump is safe for the most part outside of what appears to be an ear wound. Here's that witness sound right here.
You mentioned that you had spoken with the person who ended up falling, I believe you said, or he was with his whole family?
No, his family watched it happen. So they were in the bleachers when he got hit and he went down. I think they were trying to figure out what was going on. They were screaming for help. The body was, they put a towel over the man's head. The body was removed from the bleachers. Then the police came back, right after and tried to move the family, but they were all in shock. They weren't processing what was going on. Mm-hmm. The man was definitely, he was dead the minute he was hit. I mean, it was something that reminded me of the Zapruder film from Kennedy. I mean, it was his head snapped and that was it. And I caught it out of the corner of my eye, and then there was just pandemonium. And again, it's Pennsylvania. You're out in rural Pennsylvania. You don't really anticipate this is going to happen, but it happened.
You mentioned, and I'm sorry, I know this is very emotional for you as well. You mentioned that, this was your first Trump rally. How are you feeling about the election now? What are you hoping to see moving forward? We've already seen a lot of statements of support from across the aisle come in for the former president. I can tell you, too, from our sources that they say that Donald Trump is okay, that he is at a local facility being treated. But I would love just your view on, I know you came here today to support the man that, the former president. I'm curious how you think about this now. I know it's a hard question given the chaos that we're currently in and the adrenaline that we're both feeling right now. But if you can share any of that insight.
It solidifies my support. I understand, people believe that Trump's, well, they know. He's bombastic. They don't really like him. He's a very polarizing figure. He has an abrasive personality. But I truly believe he has the best interests of the country at heart. And, you make a point. The man's a billionaire. Mm-hmm. He could be sitting like you said, he was sitting at the rally joking about it. He's like, I could be sitting in the Mediterranean on a yacht enjoying my life, but I'm not. I'm trying to help run the country. It puts in perspective there's a real cost for that. I mean, there's some people that really want him dead. And to me, this is just ridiculous. We have a lot of political violence in this country. It comes from it's not so much from the right, it comes from everywhere. And it just needs to stop. JFK, at RFK, you've had Martin Luther King. Now you're going to, attempt the life of Reagan. And now you have an attempted, assassination of Trump. It's just ridiculous. And it just, I don't think it's a gun problem. I don't think it's a violence problem. I think there's a lot of angry people that just have too much interest in politics, and it's a zero-sum game to them. Politics shouldn't be a zero-sum game where someone wins everything and someone loses everything. Mm-hmm. And I think this is a result of that. People came today. Were very happy. They were here to support Trump, but you can when you talk to people in the crowd, there's a tenseness. They don't want to talk to family members about politics because it just gets too angry. Mm-hmm. So I don't know what to tell you, but this needs to stop.
Yeah, part of the conversation, we were talking about that tension amongst common, everyday folks that we talk to every day. We're going to read off another statement right here. This is Alejandro Mayorkas. He is the Secretary of Homeland Security, someone who, quite frankly, has been in Trump's crosshairs over his handling of the border. Obviously, very hot topic amongst voters on both sides of the spectrum, really. U.S. Secret Service Director Cheadle and I have briefed President Biden on today's shooting in Pennsylvania. DHS and the Secret Service are working with law enforcement partners to respond to and investigate the shooting. We condemn this violence in the strongest possible terms and commend the Secret Service for their swift action today. We are engaged with President Biden, former President Trump, and their campaigns, and are taking every possible measure to ensure their safety and security. Maintaining the security of the presidential candidates and their campaign events is one of the department's most vital priorities. That's Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. And, just based on reporting, we already heard witness testimony and other reports coming out that these gunshots came from outside of the perimeter. Rob, still here in studio, bearing with me, helping me get a lot of critical facts out and helping me stay informed. Obviously, recap, go back to a conversation we had earlier. Obviously, this is a scenario people, especially people in politics, keep in the back of their mind, but how often do they think it'll actually come to fruition? How often does a security team, Secret Service, or even if we're talking about Congress, some of these police officers, these Capitol police officers, think this could happen, and how ready are they for it?
Well, your security details, your protective details, they train to win, right? And so this is something that's always at the forefront of their mind. But I can tell you, being a campaign consultant, campaign staffer, having worked in both Congress and in the White House, it's not necessarily at the forefront of your mind as a staffer, right? And it's definitely not always at the forefront of your mind as a candidate or as an elected official. It is sad that we live in a society where we need this type of security for our elected officials. Keep in mind, thank God President Trump was okay. It was just a graze across his ear. We are sad for the death of that individual in the stands and the critical injury of the young woman. But this happened with Donald Trump being surrounded by the best armed guards in the history of the world, right? And there's still nothing that we can do to prevent somebody who's upset, somebody who might be troubled, somebody who is dealing with something on their own from taking an action that would just be seen as horrendous by the rest of society. So we really need to make sure that we're doing a better job of investing in mental health. We need to make sure we're doing a better job of making sure that people know there's resources they can go and get, and they do not need to use violence to take care of their problems.
And, Trump, he's based his entire campaign about being a man of the people, a Washington outsider, just like everybody else. How does that message, how will this campaign work? How will they move forward knowing that that's his plan, but also knowing they have to protect him a little bit more as well?
Well, again, the Secret Service is going to work with the campaign as best as they can to make sure that they achieve the campaign's goals while protecting President Trump to the best of their ability. He's going to continue to hold rallies. I have no doubt about that. This is something he has done since 2016, and it is a trademark staple of his campaign style. But I also think what you're going to see more and more of is a stronger uniform presence at these rallies. I don't think rallies are going to diminish in size. I think that what you might see is maybe a little bit more time between rallies, and you might see different style of events in between rallies for him to participate in, because the Secret Service is going to want to make sure that whatever the breakdown was in the outer perimeter, right, outside of that perimeter today, they don't want it to happen again in a future event.
Perfect. I'm going to put you on standby once again. We're going to go back out to Milwaukee's side of the RNC. Washington correspondent Stetson Miller standing by with us. Stetson, what are some things, if you reached out to anybody, are you hearing anything? Kind of recap what your experience from your perspective, especially at the side of the RNC.
Yeah, Ryan, I can tell you it's been, an incredibly tense scene here. Ever since, that there's so many of us, so many folks from Washington, D.C., so many political journalists and journalists from all over the world descending here in Milwaukee, and many of us were just stunned by what happened. Many of us have been to rallies like this, and we know how intense the security presence is. So it was, really quite shocking here. I can tell you what I've been hearing is just, a whole lot of reaction from the lawmakers that I speak with all across Washington, Democrats and Republicans. Coming out and condemning this, saying this is, absolutely unacceptable political violence, that their thoughts and prayers are, with former President Trump. We, of course, heard from President Biden and Vice President Harris saying, very similar things. So, a lot of people are just kind of shocked. It's very tense. We're also, as this was happening, we were under a very, intense security sweep. There's, of course, they're trying to make sure that before all of this happened that this was, going to be a secure function. So, I can only imagine that this is only going to get, more intense in terms of security measures, as this week progresses here in Milwaukee.
And Stetson, obviously one thing in Milwaukee that we were already anticipating keeping our eyes on, the large crowds, especially outside of these events, protests being planned, obviously people who couldn't get access inside, counter protests. What are your concerns out there? Going to have to be one of the people going to cover it. Are you concerned, or what are you going to do differently, if anything, to make sure that, the security is as secure as you hope it would be, especially for someone just out there doing their job?
Absolutely, yeah. Of course you're going to have concerns about any kind of, political convention, political rally. These are, we're unfortunately living in a country that's pretty divided right now, and as evidenced by what happened today to former President Trump, there are some people with some very terrible intentions out there. So, I'm definitely going to be, concerned, especially more so now. clearly people are out there that want to hurt folks in politics, people like former President Trump. So, you know, I mean, I'm just going to have my wits about me. And we're definitely expecting the plan to change here, though, in Milwaukee. I cannot tell you how it's going to change, but things are absolutely going to be different compared to what we were expecting this week here.
And Stetson, you like myself, we go to these events, these type of events all the time. You know, walk people through at home who don't really understand how tight security really is, or at least was several hours ago, you know, before, when you're coming to an event like this, even for just, you know, Speaker of the House and other major players. Talk about that.
Absolutely. I mean, every time that we go to one of these kind of rallies, it's like going through TSA security screening at the airport. You know, you have to take off, you know, all kinds of metal. Everything has to go through a scanner. You have to go through a metal detector. I mean, they're pretty, you know, thorough about, you know, what is able to get through here. And it's even more so for this kind of event, just because whenever the president or a former president is involved in any kind of event like this, I mean, the security measures are even more intense. So, you know, there's a whole extra layer of security where they are, I mean, intensely looking through all of our, you know, camera gear, all of our belongings. So, I mean, it is, I mean, truly shocking to hear about something like this happening to the former president, given, I mean, how much I know, how much you know about, you know, security there is at these kind of events to protect folks like former President Trump.
And I want to read a quick statement from the House Sergeant of Arms real quick, and I'm going to have another quick question for you. You know, just to read the statement as I'm getting it right now, I'm continuing to monitor the shooting that occurred at the rally for former President Trump. While our law enforcement partners investigate this incident, my focus is on the safety and security of House members, their families, and staff. I continue to work with Chief Manager and the U.S. Capitol Police to ensure a robust security posture for the Congressional Committee. I highly encourage all members to utilize the resources given to them, paraphrasing that because they have a couple acronyms, to ensure our team can assist with your security needs. Specifically, this includes notifying us regarding any upcoming events or travel by utilizing the member security portal. If your team needs assistance with submitting these requests, my staff stands ready to assist. You know, and we talk to members of Congress more than anybody. That's really our bread and butter up here. Have you reached out to any of your folks, or what are you seeing that they're saying? Have they mentioned anything about them or their families? We know even members of Congress, junior members, can be pretty divisive, you know, when it comes to the political spectrum.
I'm so sorry, Ryan. You were cutting out there on my IFB there. Could you just repeat that question again for me? I think you were asking about former or members of Congress.
Yeah, have you reached out to them, or what are the people, you know, that you specifically cover? Are they concerned about their security, even if they're even down ticket or, you know, not as prominent as a president or presidential candidate?
I mean, I can only speculate about that. I definitely reached out to many of the lawmakers I work with. You know, I work throughout, you know, much the states across parts of the South, and, you know, folks like Senator Rick Scott, Senator Ted Cruz. I mean, all of them were really coming out and mostly just saying that they were, I mean, horrified by what happened and you know, condemning this kind of violence, you know, hoping that, you know, that justice is served. I did not ask them specifically about if they were concerned about their own safety at this kind of event. You know, I'm sure that's always on the minds, though, of lots of politicians. I mean, this is a place where so many of the most powerful people in the country, you know, are gathering. So that, you know, there is no doubt, you know, that's why there is so much security here. But I can only speculate about how they feel about that kind of thing right now, and I have not asked them myself.
Stetson, I know you have a busy week ahead of you. It got even busier after, you know, these events happened today. So I know we'll be touching base with you all week long, getting the update and getting, you know, the latest what's happening there on the RNC, especially as more members of Congress, more people on the political spectrum, including former President Donald Trump, show up. Thank you so much for joining us and giving us some insight. I'm going to bring the conversation back here in studio. Rob continues to join me right now as we continue to talk about the latest, get the latest. We're still waiting to hear maybe from President Trump, hopefully, I mean, not President Trump, President Biden, hopefully one more time this evening to give a more firm update. We're seeing reaction across the board, just based on everything you've seen, social media, calls, texts, and everything. You know, what are some of the things that are standing out to you, for better or for worse?
For better, I'm proud to see a little bit of unity starting to grow in the Republican Party. We've seen, even up until the last week, still pretty strong anti-Trump faction within the party that's sort of been making a little bit of waves. But even today, I mean, we're seeing that defiant fist in the air shot surrounded by Secret Service being posted by people who have worked against President Trump throughout this entire process for the last 4 years. To my dismay, it looks like there's still some, in the political realm, regardless of it's left or right, that are making unnecessary comments, saying things like they wish the shooter had taken lessons. It has no place in our dialogue, no place in our discord, no place in our political system. And for any candidate, any elected official that has somebody like that on the payroll, that person doesn't belong in this business. We need to move on. And I'd say, it would be good to hear from President Trump. Of course, we want to hear from President Biden, but, I'm sure that he's either headed back to either a hotel or back to Trump Force One, right? And if he's able to make a couple remarks to the media that travel with him while he's there and have his face seen after being in the hospital, I think that's still a good thing for the American people.
And how much, going back to those negative comments or incendiary comments, how much does that just stoke the flames for something like this, or is to provoke someone to do something like this again?
It does nothing but stoke the flame, right? Being prior law enforcement, one of the things that we used to talk about all the time was using verbal judo to de-escalate situations, right? You never want to go to a nonviolent, less lethal situation if you can use words to calm somebody down first and foremost. And so finding the right way to talk about our differences, finding the right way to approach somebody that might be having a bad day and bring them down a level or bring them to your level so that you can figure out what's going on and have a better back and forth is always what would make something like this better, right? And so, again, violent discourse has no role in politics, whether it's on the right or the left. I don't encourage anybody to chase violence when they are upset with a political outcome. I'd much rather you make your decision at the ballot box, right? If you don't like the policies of somebody, vote against them. If you don't like the way somebody's running their campaign, work on their opponent's campaign. You don't ever have to default to violence to have your opinion heard.
And as someone who is, these political candidates, they get all kinds of threats in all kind of directions, saying all kind of crazy things. Are some more serious than other? Talk about the validity. I don't know if this guy or man or woman, whoever this suspect is, what their history is, but, talk about some of the threats they get, whether they be serious or not.
Sure. Well, when you're talking about the Secret Service, they have a protecting intelligence division, right? So one of the things that they are doing constantly is monitoring all the threats that Donald Trump has received, especially in the area that he's going to be appearing in public. And they're monitoring all those. They're grading them on how severe or how credible they are. And then they have a team that's going to go sit down and talk with every single one of those individuals. Hey, it might be a good idea for you not to leave your house today. It might be a good idea for you to take that vacation you've been wanting to take and not be in this area, right? When I worked in Congress, I was also part of the law enforcement team for that member that received those threats and would flag them for the House's Threat Assessment Center. And so, yes, some of them are nonsense and they're just people trying to blow off steam, and those are normally handled by local law enforcement. But the ones that are more serious, the ones where it's an individual posting the private resident address of the member of Congress online and telling people to go and knock on the door while he's in D.C. and his wife and child are at home alone, those are the things that we take seriously. And Capitol Police would work with local PD to make sure that there was a presence at that home to protect the family when the member was gone.
And I'm going to have another question about family when we come back. I'm going to get back to a couple of statements. We've already rehashed them a little bit, former presidents, and we just want to get back to it. This is President Joe Biden right here. I've been briefed on the shooting at Donald Trump's rally in Pennsylvania. I'm grateful to hear that he's safe and doing well. I'm praying for him and his family and for all those who were at the rally as we await further information. Jill and I are just grateful to the Secret Service for getting him to safety. There's no place for this kind of violence in America. We must unite as one nation to condemn it. And that's current President Joe Biden. Here's former President Barack Obama. There's absolutely no place for political violence in our democracy. We should all be relieved that former President Trump wasn't seriously hurt and use this moment to recommit ourselves to civility and respect in our politics. This horrific act of political violence at a peaceful campaign rally has no place in our country. Sorry, just as Speaker Mike Johnson here, we're rolling through a couple statements. So Speaker Mike Johnson says this horrific act of political violence at a peaceful campaign rally has no place in this country and should be unanimously and forcefully condemned. So I know when it comes to the two former, Barack Obama and Joe Biden. Those are two guys who really can understand what it's like being in former President Donald Trump's shoes, obviously being the president of the United States, being divisive, polarizing figures. You know, going back to Barack Obama, he definitely, I'm sure, without a doubt, saw his fair share of threats and things like that. So to hear those guys speak out and really condemn this, I think is a really right direction that this needs to be taken, because no matter what you believe in, you know, acts of violence, killing people were killed and seriously hurt due to this suspect right here. Unfortunately, you never want to see that. And Rob, going back to you, family question. I know we hashed it out some. You know, how difficult is it for families with kids, got to go to college? Obama's daughters went to school, went to college. Barron just graduated high school, as we're all well aware, because he had to miss that damn quarter or whatever happened. How important is the family? How much does that weigh on the candidate's mind and security?
Well, at the presidential level, quite a bit, right? Those children are receiving a security detail of their own, and those agents become very close with those protectees. Again, they have to earn their trust and let them know that they're going to do everything they can to protect them. And so for the children, it's probably more front of mind than it is for other members of the family. But again, it sort of bleeds into their background, especially if it starts younger, right? It's something that has been with them more often than not. However, when you start looking at things like, you know, Barack Obama is a perfect example. There was an assassination attempt by somebody shooting at the West Wing when he was president, when luckily him and his family were gone on vacation, but the shooter didn't know that, right? And so, you know, we mentioned George W. Bush, how quickly he was to get a statement out. There was multiple attempts on his life during his presidency, including somebody throwing a grenade at him overseas. And so there's been a bunch of breakdowns when it comes to security posture, I'd say over the last 30 years, but the Secret Service always overcomes, always adapts, always makes sure that the next event isn't going to be the same as the last, and they try to think ahead and try to prevent things like this.
All right, we're going to go right back to Milwaukee. Our team there on the ground, Graham Olkins, rejoining us here. He's the LNL anchor. He has some new information. Graham, what are you hearing right now? What can you tell us?
Yeah, Ryan, just a statement from the RNC coming in just the last 5 minutes or so, basically saying that former President Trump looks forward to coming to Milwaukee to continue with the nominating process here. So the RNC saying that former President Trump will be coming here to Milwaukee. No surprise, really. We expected that, but the RNC now confirming that with this statement along with the Trump campaign. So we don't know the timing yet. We don't know when former President Trump will be arriving here in Milwaukee. If this changes anything, if he may come tomorrow, if he may not come until Monday, we will wait and see. But that is the very latest. The RNC now at least saying, confirming that former President Trump still will be here in Milwaukee with 50,000 other people who have come to town for this convention, the 2,400 or so delegates that'll be packed here inside the Fiserv Forum, and the who's who of the Republican Party. And what a scene it is going to be. Just imagine when Donald Trump walks out on that stage for the first time in front of that audience of people here in the Fiserv Forum, and then, of course, to a national TV audience as well, as he is giving his address. So his main address isn't until Thursday night, but we'll see how they're going to handle this. Obviously, I'm sure the RNC is adjusting its plans after today's incredible news. Ryan.
And Graham, I want to talk about your plan real quick. I know a lot of people have a lot of questions, many of which we've discussed, I know are on your mind. But how does this change your reporting? What are some of the things that you're going to be looking to find out, maybe get some perspective on as the week goes on, especially as it fills up with, obviously, people who support Donald Trump and other Republicans?
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a couple of things. Obviously, just the facts of what happened first, who this shooter was, as we learn more about exactly how this unfolded, how this person was able to get this vantage point outside of the perimeter, perched somewhere above, able to take that shot on former President Trump, several shots. So the questions about the security, about actually what happened there in Pennsylvania, and then to see if that changes any of the security posture here, if the perimeter is potentially expanded, if they are going to be, looking more at higher up locations that are perched. There are lots of there's a condo building that I'm looking at right across the street here with dozens of balconies. And there are people out on the balconies right now. So don't know if those places have been swept or not. But that'll be something I'll be watching, the security posture. And then, of course, as we talk to the delegates, the attendees, the politicians who are all going to be here, and asking them, just getting their reaction, talking about political violence, the role of political violence in America, and just what they make of this. The rhetoric, talking about the rhetoric out there, if they're going to change the way maybe politicians that they talk about certain things, tone down some of the language maybe sometimes. And again, this goes for politicians on both sides of the aisle across the political spectrum here, as it just seems to it's gotten to a point where no one is surprised, unfortunately, by what happened today. So going to be a lot of questions moving forward. Just how does this change where we are in America at this moment in our elections here in the heart of this election year going forward? Will anything change? So there certainly will be lots of interesting conversations to be had over these next several days, Ryan.
Graham, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Great reporting right there. Very astute observations, just talking about the area and giving people insight. We appreciate that. Looking forward to your reports this week for sure. And as we transition the conversation back here in studio, some more new information pouring in. Rob's going to join me right now with a couple of new things. Rob, what are we hearing when we're talking about the investigation and some of the other things law enforcement is releasing?
Sure. Law enforcement's reporting that they've recovered an AR-style rifle from the scene. This was given to us by an individual that needed to speak on anonymity because they didn't have authorization to speak about details of the investigation. Now, an AR-style rifle, that could mean a large range of calibers. We could be talking about anything from 22 to 5.56 round. And so we're going to have to learn more as the investigation shares more information about exactly what style of AR rifle that was and what distance we were talking about. The other thing I think that we need to bring into the conversation is, does this change President Biden's calculus about whether or not he stays in the race? He's already been spending the last 2.5 weeks trying to convince Democrats that he has the mental acuity to stay in the race after that debate performance in Atlanta that we all remember. This might give him a moment's pause. Not that there would ever be an attempt on his life, not that he might face something similar, but he is in his 80s, right? And he might look at tonight's events and he might say, hey, it's just not worth it anymore. And so that might be another part of the conversation that the Biden family is having this evening, or that he's going to be thinking about over the coming days. And I'm sure in his conversation with House Democrats and Senate Democrats, this may come up in their conversations as well.
Wow. Let's go right back to the scene, Butler, Pennsylvania, where we're getting some more witness sound. We're going to rehash some of the witness sound who were there on the ground at this campaign when this assassination attempt allegedly happened.
I am, yes. Hi, Wolf. I'm here with Joseph Mine. He was sitting actually behind Donald Trump in the bleachers today when this all unfolded. I'm going to let him share exactly what he saw. It was a very harrowing moment that he was there for. Can you please tell us what happened, Joseph?
Yeah, it was the Trump. I was attending the rally. It seemed initially like firecrackers went off. It was very confusing initially because I knew it was gunfire, but I couldn't quite tell where it was coming from. It sounded like it was coming from behind the bleachers, and the man in the bleachers, kind of to the right of me in the bleachers, took a gunshot wound to the head. Was killed. And another woman, I don't know exactly where she was in the bleachers. I think she was either behind me or to the right of me. She got around she got hit in the forearm and hand, it looked like. But if she was wounded, she wasn't killed.
Can I ask you how you're feeling? Obviously, you just witnessed something terrible happen. A lot of chaos was in the room. How exactly are you feeling right now, Joseph?
It's something you don't expect. It's a bolt out of the blue, so it's very shocking. It's just, I think a lot of people in the crowd just thought it was fireworks going off. I knew immediately it was gunshots. I knew they were close, and then when I saw someone get hit and go down, that's when I knew it was probably serious. It was a lot of confusion. It's just massive confusion, throughout the event. I saw Donald Trump get hit. It looked like he was either, I was running my camera at the time, but it looked like he was just turning his head to the side, and it looked like he got grazed in the right ear with a bullet. I kind of saw that go on, and then I looked down, I saw that the man, had died in the bleachers. It was just complete pandemonium. Like there was a bit of a delay, like there was a lot of confusion, but immediately, it seemed like more gunfire erupted. I couldn't figure out where that was coming from, and then, there was a state policeman there. I believe a SWAT team, showed up relatively quickly. They jumped the side there was a fence, it was next to the bleachers. They jumped the bleachers and started clearing the bleachers. And then I helped carry the body of the man down out of the bleachers, and they took him to a tent behind the bleachers. We put a towel over his head, but he's deceased.
You were telling me before when we were chatting briefly that you never had a chance to make it to a Trump rally, that this was your first time. Yes. Would you feel safe coming back to another Trump rally?
Yeah, you know, it's a very random event that happens. You know, I feel safe generally where I go in the country. You know, I think the problem is we have everyone seems very angry, and you know, it makes you kind of, you know, I'll go to a Trump rally again, but I'll think twice. You know, you definitely want to have your head on the swivel. It just seems like there's a lot of angry people out there, and I'm not shocked that this happened. I'm shocked that I was sitting there and it happened next to me. Obviously, you never anticipate that to happen, but you know, it's just horrible. You know, we shouldn't be at a level of political discourse in this country where this is going on. It feels like it's 1960 again. You know, it's horrible.
Can you describe for me, Joseph, what happened after you saw the shots? And I was there as well. Secret Service was screaming for everyone to get down. They quickly tried to clear the area. I'm just curious what that process was like for you in the aftermath.
Very confusing. Like I said, I think everyone was in the bleachers knew. It was initially confusing when the gunshots erupted. I think the crowd thought it was fireworks. I think someone thought they were playing a joke. And, you know, the people were close to the people that got injured and killed. You obviously knew it wasn't a joke. And it seemed like there was a push-pull in the crowd. And that is, one half of the crowd on the far end of the rally thought it was some type of weird joke. The other half of the crowd knew it wasn't, was trying to push or impress upon the rest of the crowd that this is serious. And I think everyone got the idea very quickly that it was a dangerous situation, and then everyone just started hitting the deck. And, you know, kudos to the Secret Service. You know, again, you know, when you're in these situations, a second feels like it's an hour, but it seemed like authorities were there very quickly. It just seemed to me, like I said, I was sitting there, it seemed like the rounds came from behind, and they got this, they hit the gentleman in the head. You know, he got a gunshot wound to the head, and the other lady was injured, and then I saw President Trump, you know, get hit, and it looked like his right ear, but it seemed initially everyone was like half the crowd was in shock, and the other half thought it was some type of weird joke. And it took a bit for everyone to get a good understanding of what was going on.
That was a witness right there on the ground at this Trump campaign rally when the shots broke out. And just to recap for folks who need to run it back from the top. So former President Donald Trump was in Butler, Pennsylvania this afternoon, probably about 6 o'clock Eastern time. It was just after 6 o'clock Eastern time. He was on the stage right there where you see him giving a campaign rally, the usual business from Donald Trump. He was talking about the border, and all of a sudden you heard several gunshots, sounded like popping from TV. You see people ducking for cover. President Trump reached his hand towards the back of his neck, towards his head, went down almost immediately, especially as Secret Service rushed the stage. Now, good news is former President Trump is okay. You see his ear bloody. Oh, that picture right there. See the ear bloody. You saw the blood on his face. You saw Secret Service corralling him. You also saw this defiant moment, blood on his face and his fist up right there. Sadly, one person killed, 2 people still fighting injury from that. Washington White House correspondent John Decker standing by in Milwaukee once again. John, I know you've been reporting for us all night. You've been reporting on presidential campaigns and presidential offices for decades now. Tell us, what's the latest with you? What are you hearing, and what's your reaction?
Ryan, the latest is the initial statement coming out from the Secret Service. They're providing the most recent information that they have based upon their preliminary investigation. What they have already put out in the statement is that at 6:15 p.m. Eastern Time at that campaign rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, that's in western PA, shots rang out. According to the Secret Service, the shots came from an elevated platform outside the perimeter of where this campaign rally was taking place. As you point out, Mr. Trump was immediately surrounded by the Secret Service, taken off the stage. Still photos, we've seen them. They show him with blood on his ear, blood on his cheek. And then you talk about the other individuals that were attending this campaign rally. One individual killed by gunfire, 2 other individuals injured. And we know from the Trump campaign and from what Mr. Trump has put out on Truth Social, he is fine. He is perfectly fine and will continue on with his campaign activities throughout the duration of this week. But obviously, a very scary moment today out on the campaign trail for former President Donald Trump and for anybody that is intimately involved in politics. It's a scary moment, quite frankly, Ryan, for our entire country.
John, thank you so much. We appreciate your insight. Looking forward to obviously learning more about what happened, and I know you'll be in touch with so many people doing the great reporting that you do. Thank you. And right now, an investigation underway for the attempted assassination of former President Donald Trump while he was at his rally in Pennsylvania. Right now, we know the shooter is dead. An attendee was also killed, and 2 other people are critically injured. Officials say Trump was shot in the ear. There's a picture depicting that, but he is fine. He was whisked away quickly and received medical attention. We have heard from several leaders over the past couple of hours. President Biden released this statement. He says, quote, "I've been briefed on the shooting at Donald Trump's rally in Pennsylvania. I'm grateful to hear that he's safe and doing well. I'm praying for him and his family and for all those who were at the rally as we await further information." Jill and I are grateful to the Secret Service for getting him to safety. There's no place for this kind of violence in America. We must unite as one nation to condemn it. And we already heard from him in a press conference earlier today. Again, this is an ongoing investigation into the attempted assassination of former President Donald Trump. We will continue to bring you the latest. You're watching Local News Live. We'll continue to bring you more news as it happened on localnewslive.com.
Started changing my perception of him. The real cake topper to me,
get her subdued.
He was the fact that he was going to drive around and
get her medical help out there because she was bleeding.
Until he found an officer.
Get the cops out there.
That's not a normal thing to do. It became actually more alarming to me that he was that calm, that comfortable, and always had the right answers.
I just got to ask, why do you carry handcuffs? Why do I carry handcuffs? Because a lot of the states I go to, my pistol permit is no good in. If somebody comes up, I've got that one chance to go across, hit them with the face with them, and handcuff them, cut the hell out of you.
It started dawning on me that a lot of this was already there in his head, the answers.
Why didn't you call the police? I mean, after she's out the car. Because I knew exactly where it was going to go. Why not just pick up the cell phone and call 911 and say, hey, listen, this just went down? I should have. Once she got out, I knew where it was going to go. She's got blood on her face. She's running down the road. I've got problems now. I'm going to ask you if you would give us consent to go through your vehicle. You can say no. You have every right to say no. But you're going to do it anyway. Well, no. What we'll do is we'll apply for a search warrant. Yeah, you'll get it. I got nothing to hide in there.
At this point, everything inside of me, especially based on what we've already seen and some of the statements he's made, has told me that this is by no means his first time, and probably worse.
How often would you say you picked up girls before? I don't know, maybe once every 2-3 months. If they're broke down, I'll stop and give them a hand. I don't screw around with truck stop girls because they got things that they ain't even discovered yet. This ain't my first rodeo with girls out there trying to make a little money.
It was strange when you're sitting with a man like this to watch it unfold in front of your very eyes and see what, quite frankly, what a monster is coming out.
You had said something to her that you've never had anybody fight you like this before. Does that sound familiar, or was there a variant to that? Okay. I don't fight women. I don't hit women. I'm scared to death. Don't be. We're going to get the truth. One way or another, we will get the truth. I promise you that. Hey, this isn't something I do all the time, probably not more every couple of months, but I've got a friend who works over at the Secret Service building. He runs a polygraph. It's a lie detector for layman's terms. Is that something you'd be willing to do if I had Jeremy come down here tonight? You're not interested in a polygraph for no one.
I think you're dealing with a man that's been doing it for so many years. He's got I hate to say Jekyll and Hyde, but almost a switch that can turn on this charisma and then turn it right back off when he's ready.
I just wonder if you'd be okay with me taking a quick DNA swab. It's her blood in the truck. There's no doubt about that. Well, I know, but I need to be sure. I'm sure about it. Yes. That's good? Yes. Well, you'll find my fingerprints in your system, no doubt. Oh, no, I'm not worried about that. I'm just using it as an example.
But now you got my DNA, first one to get it.
By that point, we had all the evidence from the vehicle. There was a lot more to this, and based on what I kind of took from him from the interview and the items we found in that vehicle, I'll be honest with you, my initial thought was, I thought he was a serial killer.
There's been a lot of things in your truck that have been collected that are very, very discomforting.
Questionable.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, but I just wanted to let you know that we are collecting that for the time being, okay?
I know. When I gave permission to search the truck, I gave permission to get that, didn't I?
The bloody underwear of several women were found inside that driver's truck.
Some of the say tools that were in that vehicle were barbaric in nature. These are things that to me suggest a torture mindset.
I really think this is not your first time with something like this. And I'm wondering, is there going to be any other cases that are going to come back on that?
No, not that I know of.
There's a real problem with your version of events.
I can understand it. I can understand it.
It doesn't make sense.
I can understand that.
It doesn't make sense. It's potentially serious charge.
It's been very serious trouble.
I think all the things that have been collected, the evidence that's being put together is fairly strong. I don't think you're being completely truthful.
I can understand why you would say that, because I've been running back through my mind over and over and over. And I see 1,000 mistakes I made, but I can't change a damn one of them.
The biggest problem in that version was handcuffs.
Yeah, probably are. They probably are.
Nobody handcuffs somebody they're trying to get rid of. You handcuff to keep somebody.
My thought has been that, yeah, there probably are victims out there.
If I was sitting in your shoes, I would be saying the same thing. I think I probably need to get a lawyer.
Invoke your Fifth Amendment.
Yeah. It's looking bad in my mind. I know it's looking bad in your mind.
Roy Nelsh, to me, really embodies evil. I mean, this to me was a pure embodiment of evil.
And breaking news at this hour, the U.S. Attorney of Middle Tennessee telling News 4 investigates that a multi-state investigation is underway to find out if a truck driver has victims throughout the Mid-South.
It comes as that truck driver, Roy Nelsh, appears before a federal judge tonight on new charges. Let's go live to Chief Investigator Jeremy Finley at the federal courthouse. Jeremy, they're calling this man a danger to society.
That's right, Tracy. The U.S. Attorney from Middle Tennessee tells me what they found inside the cab of his truck is the reason they hauled him here today to federal court from Clarksville in order to charge him with multiple crimes and, he says, to make sure that he no longer drives the interstates of the Mid-South. Also, prosecutors revealed new findings tonight, saying Nelsh kept weapons, more than 10,000 images of child pornography, and a ledger with the names of women and children inside the cab of his truck.
To be honest, that was the piece of evidence that chilled me the most.
Do we know if any of those people are missing people?
I can say that it's something that the TBI continues to investigate. I think that the evidence suggests that there were other victims. I've tried sex abuse cases, I've tried child pornography cases, some of the most disturbing evidence I've ever seen. The story, when you read it or hear about it, sounds like a movie. Her fight to live, the will that must have come from so deep inside of her. I knew that she was just completely on adrenaline in that moment and that something inside her just made her fight to live.
The boat robe with blood on it, that was, ugh, like what on earth was he gonna do to me? That's another question that constantly goes through my head, you know, how was I gonna die that day?
Do you sometimes think about who else has been in that cab with him?
Absolutely, all the time, and I wonder, and I like, it's just, there's not a day that goes by I don't wonder or think about that.
Hello, this is a prepaid call from
Roy. Hello?
Hello. I love you, and
I love
the
you
girls
too.
love you.
I love you too.
Obviously, I've heard those same calls that he made to his loved ones.
This is your home, and I'm still your wife, and we're still your family, and it's just a stated fact.
Hoping you kind of stick with me through this and wherever it goes.
Yeah.
I don't know where it's going to go, really. I'm planning for the worst.
Yeah.
If it goes as bad as I think it is, then, whatever you want to do, because I will not be coming back anytime in the future.
It certainly did sound like, yes, he knew he was never going home.
Hey, Melissa.
Hey, I know they're recording this.
Yeah.
But I just want to know, who in the hell were you supposed to have kidnapped?
Well, I can't really talk about it right now. I know you're a good friend, but you don't really get too involved in this because it's not good. I don't want to drag you into it.
A hitchhiker picking up?
It's actually a short story that everything got turned around on, but it's not going to go well for me. I know that.
They're calling this heinous. That's what the investigators are calling.
I don't know what heinous is.
Wicked and evil.
Oh.
They can say what you done, very wicked and evil to whoever.
I have no idea. So I get very little information.
I really don't sound like you at all.
They're blowing a plumb way out of proportion, way out of proportion, but I figured they would.
Hi, Melissa. It's Jeremy. How are you?
I'm fine.
I want to make it very clear that now this is on the record. The first question I wanted to ask you, how it is you even came to know Roy Nelsh?
I got out of truck driving for a while, and when I came back, I had to go out with the trainer when I got hired on with the company, and Roy was my trainer.
You rode with him for quite some time, right?
The training program was 4 to 6 weeks, so I stayed with him on the truck for at least 4 weeks.
Would you describe him as a friend?
Yes, he was a very close and dear friend. Roy, he liked chasing women, but he was faithful to taking care of his family, making sure everything at home was taken care of.
I've listened to your conversations that you had with him. You've made it very clear to him that you know what prosecutors and police have said. Were you trying to get answers as well? Did you have your doubts?
I definitely had my doubts about what they were accusing Roy of, what the woman was accusing Roy of. And they was basing that off of her statement and an affidavit.
So you believed him?
Roy never told me the full story because he was advised by his lawyer not to discuss any part of that case with anyone because it can be used against him.
So what do you think about the question that there may be other victims out there?
I don't believe that.
Why don't you believe that?
I never even seen Roy ever lose his temper. I've seen him get mad, but I've seen him stop and stop himself from going any further.
So you never saw him get angry, you never saw him do anything violent?
No, never.
There were a lot of things found in the cab of that truck that were really disturbing, from women's underwear with blood on it, to a bloody rope, to a knife.
I got rope, knife, duct tape, and all kinds of damn zip ties and on my truck. That's part of the equipment I need on my truck.
Do you think that's what those was equipment?
That's what I know it was, is equipment, because I've been in Roy's truck.
Do you feel like that you actually knew him? Or do you think he could have been living a double life?
Look, I knew that there was times that Roy would stop and pick women up. He admitted that to me. But as far as Roy being the type that tried to force himself on women, being on the truck with him, no. He never tried any of that with me.
Did he intend to go to trial? Did he want to go to trial?
Yes, he intended to go to trial. his leukemia had progressed. They had diagnosed it at the detention center. He didn't want any treatment. He didn't want to go through any treatment with the leukemia.
Did he keep this evidence? Did he keep these women's clothing as trophies?
Unfortunately, we'll never know.
The long-haul trucker accused of kidnapping a woman and keeping a bloody bag filled with women's underwear in the cab of his truck has died.
When you found out that he had died, what was your first thought?
I reached out to Abby. I wanted to make sure, but she already knew.
I was upset. I didn't want him to die yet. I really didn't. I wanted to do the trial first, and I wanted, I wanted him to be exposed. I wanted him to have to face the world for what he's done. I wanted to know more about what he's done.
He is the key to what I believe is going to be a lot of unsolved cases, a lot of mysteries, possibly a lot of victims out there. So yeah, I feel that his passing may leave a lot of questions unanswered.
Tonight, what News 4 Investigates has uncovered is perhaps the most troubling secret about a long-haul truck driver suspected of being a serial killer of women. Now, we want to warn you, the details are extremely graphic. Chief Investigative Reporter Jeremy Finley then traveled to Cullman, Alabama to track down those who knew about him and the secrets he kept.
Behind bars, Roy Nelsh's only communication was by phone. Calls to a woman who knew one of Nelsh's most troubling secrets.
I was in a lonely state. I had left an abusive relationship, and I was just looking for just to feel something.
I love you. You know that, don't you?
Yeah.
Do you really know that?
I actually do.
What enticed you at all to even begin a relationship with this guy?
Companionship, I guess. I was just really lonely, and he was nice.
I wonder if you can talk about how you met him.
I met him through a Craigslist ad. I was just looking for some kind of companionship, and he had placed an ad. It was just something that when I read the ad that he had placed, I'm not quite sure why I answered it. I just thought, yeah, this sounds exciting, honestly. His ad was for a rape fantasy.
He was open from the very beginning. He was looking for some kind of rape fantasy.
He was. We spoke on the phone, we spoke through text, and we set up going through with that fantasy that he had spoke about in the ad. I have never done anything like this before. He came in with a mask on, he came in with a knife, he cut my shirt off with the knife, and he got me tied up really easily, actually. I was surprised at how fast I was on the floor, and he had my hands tied up. I immediately thought to myself, this is stupid, and I started trying to get the ropes off. I did manage to get one of the ropes off, but he saw me doing that and he tightened it. And that's when I kind of freaked out a little bit, and the fantasy stopped there because I told him I do not like being tied up, I don't like this, and he untied me.
You didn't have to fight him?
Did not.
Were you ever scared?
With the ropes on, I was, but immediately when he took them off when I asked him to, I wasn't afraid. So I thought that I was going to enjoy this. I said, it's more real right now, and I'm not liking this. He brought in a bag with him, and I later found out, it wasn't that night, but I later found out what he had in the bag. The things that he had in the bag were really quite disturbing. He never used them on me. I had no idea when I said I was up for anything what he actually had in mind.
I think you told me that he called it something.
His bag of tricks.
Can you tell me what was in it?
Yeah, the thing that really got to me that I was shocked over was he had a thing full of pins, and he had a stun gun, and he said women would allow him to put the pins through their skin, whether it was on their chest, wherever, so that he would have these long pins. He would put them through their skin, and he would use the stun gun on the pins, I guess to intensify the stun.
Do you remember what you thought when you saw that?
I thought that I was a complete idiot for even agreeing to do anything like this.
Do you remember what else was in the bag?
He had like a tire iron, I know he had some adult toys, he had rope, he had handcuffs.
We discussed handcuffs, and you said those are for use as a weapon.
Yeah.
Your handcuffs, you have a key available, because clearly you intend to put them on somebody at some point, or potentially could.
Well, I've had them on my girlfriend.
Understood.
Well, that thing's fixing to go to hell, too.
He wasn't talking about me, we never used handcuffs.
That was not you?
That was not me.
Were warning bells going off in your head?
No.
He had made you feel pretty comfortable.
We got to the point of the pins and the stun gun. He was talking about different women that he had picked up and that actually enjoyed doing that. I had gone into his truck probably 2 different times, and he had his bag of tricks in there. He had women's bras hanging from one of the beds in there. And I asked him about his wife and what she thought about that, and he said that his wife doesn't ever go in the truck. She's not allowed to.
Was there ever a time you thought, this guy is dangerous, this guy's bad news?
Not until after he was arrested.
How did you find out?
He was supposed to come over, and it had been a couple days. I was trying to call him, and he wasn't answering. And I said, let me Google his name. So I Googled him just thinking, I was thinking truck accident. And I Googled his name, and it came up that he had been arrested, and I read the story about what had happened.
What'd you think?
I thought, not that it wasn't surprising, it was surprising, but I pretty much immediately thought, yeah, this is something that he could do.
So you weren't really that surprised, it sounds like.
I wasn't really surprised when I read what he had done, just because of how our relationship started. I knew what he was into.
And he had talked about picking up girls?
Yes.
Do you think he was lying to you the whole time?
I do. I really didn't think about it too much until you contacted me. I do think he was lying. Definitely, I think he was lying.
Do you worry that there are other women out there?
I do. That is the only reason why I'm doing this. I feel like just a complete fool, and it's super embarrassing for me. I'm shocked at my behavior, is looking back on it. And after going through therapy, I'm shocked at my behavior.
When did you decide, we're done, I'm closing the store?
My best recollection is after I heard what they found in his truck. I was mortified because children were involved.
It's impossible to get past. You can't get past that. Then TBI agents reached out to you.
Well, I reached out to them first. There was some kind of hotline number, if you know anything about this man, to go ahead and call. And I just figured I'm gonna go ahead and call and just kind of let them know what I know of him. I didn't want them to think that I was hiding.
Did they have serious suspicion that there were other victims?
Yes.
What were you going through after this happened?
Well, I felt obviously horrible for the victim, horrible for his wife and his family. It was just a lot of shame and therapy.
I wonder at the end of the day, do you feel like he was leading a double life?
I definitely do. I definitely do.
After this happened, what happened to your life? What happened to you? You were intending to move to Florida to be with your daughters.
Yes.
But that didn't happen.
No, I just got stuck where I was, just stuck in place. I couldn't move forward. I don't know why. It was just really hard to even think about the future and think about anything. And I would just, day after day would pass and I'd stay stuck. Eventually I did, a couple of years later, pull it together and move.
What do you think is the effect on you?
My life was there and almost gone, in this matter of seconds. I do have nightmares about it. Yeah, there are triggers that remind me of I end up having flashbacks. I don't know how I'm still alive.
You wanted to know if there were other victims. You wanted to know all of this. There's a chance you may never know. We may never know what he did.
It'll be a question mark in my head forever.
I think that the evidence suggests that there were other victims.
I hope if any of them see this production, that they can stop looking around the corner.
What has the profession given me? To be the voice for the voiceless, to make sure that I advocate for people that don't feel like there's no one in their corner. Help people who's never had a home before. But then when you give them the keys, and it's like the realization of the fact that their dreams have now become reality. The industry has done great things for me, but hopefully I've done the industry great things as well.
Rural communities across this country are medically underserved. More than 400 rural hospitals are at risk of closing. That's according to healthcare consulting from Chartis. I spoke to Bonnie Kirchhoff, a woman trying to navigate this overstretched system.
I love the outdoors, getting outdoors, enjoying the community and the people here.
Bonnie has lived in Northeast Vermont for much of her life, but living in a remote area suddenly turned complicated.
About 7 years ago, I had sudden hearing loss and I couldn't hear anything. There was nobody here that could figure it out. I had to call a friend in Illinois and they actually helped prescribe something, and if I hadn't reached out to her, I would have been permanently deaf.
Now Bonnie's seen 3 specialists at Dartmouth Medical Center, 90 minutes from home.
Sometimes it gets to be overwhelming and you get tired.
Long distances also a problem for Calix, the ambulance service in St. Johnsbury. They take calls up to an hour and a half away.
How often does it seem like you're too late?
Cardiac arrest is the one call that time is of the essence. So you have roughly about 8 to 10 minutes to get someone there with high quality CPR and an AED on their chest. Similar, if you're bleeding out, you will bleed out by the time we get there.
Michael Wright drives us around as his radio blares with typical calls.
Going to be a male in his 30s, believed to be overdosing.
He says the region is older, poorer, and dealing with an opioid epidemic. Here in Vermont, about 75% of rural hospitals are operating at a loss. Take Northeastern Vermont Regional Hospital. It has an ER, birth center, surgical services, and more. But there are some services they just can't provide with their limited resources.
We lose a lot of money on Medicaid because it does not reimburse at the level that covers the cost of delivering the care. Medicare is a little bit better. And when you have a small rural state with a fragile economy that can't sustain a strong employment base that has a lot of commercial insurance, it inherently makes the mix very fragile.
Then there's the issue of staffing. Lower pay and a lack of housing in the area make recruitment and retention hard. That means the employees they do have are stretched thin.
I love doing this job, want to provide for my community and be there.
The search for innovative solutions continues. And in the meantime, communities like this one have to make do with what they have in hopes that they can hold on just a little longer. I'm Peter Zampa, listening to America.
tuning in to Local News Live. I'm Ryan Henson. At least 71 Palestinians are dead following an Israeli attack in the city of Yan Kunis earlier today. Israeli officials say the attack was to target Hamas military commanders Mohammed Dife and Rafa Salama. The two were allegedly tied to planning the October 7th attack that killed at least 1,200 people in Israel last year. Israeli officials add they are still verifying the results of the airstrike, but did not deny the area was deemed safe for Palestinians before the attack. The attack comes in the middle of a ceasefire negotiations backed by the U.S. Israel has stated before they will not end the war until the Hamas military capabilities are destroyed. President Joe Biden back in Washington after firing up voters and calling out Donald Trump at a campaign rally in Detroit on Friday night. Michigan is a critical battleground state that Biden needs to win if he wants to remain in the White House. The rally came at a time where the president faces a lot of criticism within his own party over his age and electability. The crowd interrupted Biden's speech multiple times, chanting 4 more years and lock him up, referring to his opponent Donald Trump. While on stage, Biden focused on Trump's criminal history and his policies, which he said would hurt the country. Meanwhile, Meta says it's lifting restrictions placed on former President Trump as social media accounts on the platform. The tech company announced the news Friday ahead of the Republican National Convention. Meta says it was making the change to make sure both presidential candidates have equal footing before the November election. Trump's Facebook and Instagram accounts faced restrictions after Meta reinstated them in 2023 and originally had paused those accounts after the January 6th insurrection in 2020. In other news, Dr. Ruth Westheimer, a pop icon and leading sex education advocate in the early 80s, has passed away. According to her publicist, Westheimer was surrounded by family when she died in her home Friday night. She became a pop icon for her advocacy for sexual health and discourse, catapulting her radio show, Sexually Speaking, in the early half of the 80s. Her success in radio allowed her to eventually move into television and writing books. Westheimer also defended the LGBT community during the height of the AIDS epidemic. She was 96. On the West Coast, sweltering during a heat wave, while other parts of the country are dealing with the aftermath of Beryl. Here's your national forecast.
Happy Saturday from 15 News in Madison, Wisconsin. I'm meteorologist Amanda Morgan with your national forecast for this Saturday, starting off with the severe weather potential that we're tracking through parts of the plains and into the Great Lakes region. There's a level 2 threat for some scattered strong storms later in the day today. Much of these will develop later in the evening. The main threat through the Dakotas and into much of Minnesota and Wisconsin would be some strong winds, maybe some large hail. That tornado threat is there through parts of the Dakotas and into Minnesota, but that tornado threat is relatively low thanks to the type of system that this will be. So this will be developing along a cold front. You can see some of those storms firing off. This is later in the evening, and then that will move through southern Wisconsin and my neck of the woods overnight tonight. A lot of those storms weaken as that system continues to push closer towards the Ohio River Valley as we go through Sunday, kind of fizzling out, losing some of that energy. So your forecast for this Saturday, storms and showers in parts of the Dakotas into Minnesota and northern Wisconsin. Also some storms down in New Orleans and into the Richmond area. But also notable is the heat that's still ongoing, especially in the southwest. 112 in Phoenix today, 109 in Vegas. That heat continues tomorrow, starting to spread a little bit farther towards the east. 102 in Wichita, 97 in Colorado Springs. So still a lot of areas under some sort of heat alert. Anywhere in orange is a heat advisory, and that extends into much of Nebraska, all of Nebraska actually, and into parts of Iowa and Minnesota. Excessive heat warnings in pink off towards the west. Now there is some good news for much of the country. After Monday, we'll start to get a little bit cooler. You see that cool air spreading in from the northwest and pushing farther east. So by the end of this week, actually cooler than average temps likely for most, aside for those that are off towards the west. So something to look forward to for a lot of us. That does it for your national forecast. For Local News Live with 15 News in Madison, Wisconsin, I'm meteorologist Amanda Morgan.
So many more headlines to get to today, and we're going to have all that for you at 6:30 this evening on L&L Weekends. Join me. I'll be right here waiting for you. I'm Ryan Henson. You're watching L&L.
911, Operator Frost, where's your emergency? Hi, I'm at 333 East Main Street. We have an active shooter.
And how do you know you have an active shooter on the site?
I just watched it.
How do you watch? You watched it on
meetings.
On a team's meeting? He's an employee of Old National Bank.
Get here now.
Keeping an eye on Spaghetti Junction, and yep, traffic really starting to pick up as more and more of us are getting out on the roads, and of course those kids getting back to school, so I'm sure a lot of those alarms are going off right now.
It's a normal day, you know, got up, got ready, dropped the little one off at school, and headed to work.
It's Monday morning, you know, after Easter, you know, kind of just need some coffee to get me going. It's Monday morning, my wife is never at home. She was home that morning. So we're having this conversation. I said, oh, I got to get downtown. I said, hopefully there's no traffic on the expressway, and everything went smooth down 64.
I just remember getting ready to get out, looking and seeing my scarf. I usually wear scarves. I remember having a vivid conversation in my head about the scarf. And like, it's not really that cold, I don't need it. It was a big winter scarf, you know, like, but at the last minute I threw it around my neck and headed on into work.
I wasn't even supposed to be here. My shift doesn't start till 10 a.m., but I had put in for overtime that day. But it was just a regular day, regular Monday. It was kind of quiet.
I'd been working the weekend prior, and so I wasn't here super early on Monday morning. In fact, I think I drove through that intersection between the bank and the baseball stadium about 15 or 20 minutes before all of this went down.
And then that first call comes in, and then the phones start going crazy.
911, Operator Davis, what is the address of the emergency?
Oh my God, there's an active shooter there. Oh my God. Oh my God, I just watched it.
Happy birthday to you. Come out.
My favorite thing about him, he had a heart-shaped face, and when he smiled, his whole face just lit up. He had these big, bright eyes. He was just always in the thick of things with the kids, and that's where he was happiest.
Good job.
In the summer, he was always in the pool throwing them around, and if the kids were happy, he was happy. If we were just simple, if we were happy, it was good.
I'm the second of four boys. Josh was the fourth. I was in third grade when he was born. The day he got to come home from the hospital, I pretended to be sick so that I could be home when he got home. Growing up, Josh was always known as Baby Josh.
And still is.
Whenever we would start picking on him, he would always run to Mom, and he knew that Mom would jump right in and defend him, and we'd be in trouble if we laid a finger on him. And that nickname stuck. He was my buddy.
We met at a bar. It was July 4th weekend. Kind of hung out, my group of friends with his group of friends, and from that point on, we kind of did the long distance thing, and then we were engaged by December.
Said he had met this girl at a bar. I was like, at a bachelor party, that's perfect. But then we met Jessica, and she was perfect.
Goofy, immature. That's kind of what, when we first met, I just remember laughing. He's so funny. He was hilarious. Everything about him just clicked. We got married October 27th of 2012. And then our daughter came December of 2013. And then my son was about 2 years after my daughter. He was at work, and I called him. I was like, "You're gonna be a daddy." And he was like, "No way, no way." He came home from work early that day. He was so excited. Like, all he wanted to do was be a dad. He was phenomenal. the hole that he leaves is massive. He was a centerpiece. And it's just a huge, huge void that he's gone.
Walked in like normal, walked past the conference room where everybody usually has their meeting in the morning, and headed to my desk where I ran in to Connor. And I remember seeing somebody go into an office, didn't think much about it. He came out of the office, we spoke. He had safety glasses on and a gun in his hand. I'm Dallas Schwartz, and I work at Old National Bank. I've worked at a bank since I was 17, right out of high school. My last job I worked at for 24 years, then moved to Old National Bank. My dad was like, I don't even know what you do, but it's working with business clients, products that they would need to make their business more efficient. Things like ACH for payroll, online banking type things.
So you help people get paid?
Yes, it's very important. I've lived in Southern Indiana my whole life. I have a 7-year-old. I also have 2 stepkids that are 16. Raised them since they were 3. I got shot in the leg. I went to the ground, still just being confused. And it wasn't until I had heard other shots that I finally got up and ran the other way. That scarf that I debated on bringing in that morning. I don't know what made me think to do it, but I tied it around my leg once I got in the bathroom and realized how bad. Because I think I still really didn't realize that I was shot with a real gun. Scary. It was scary. I didn't know what was happening. The gunshots were scary, but the silent parts were even scarier. Not knowing where he was at in the building, not knowing if he was coming back. You know, I was somewhere where I wasn't locked in. The lock on the door did not work. There was nothing in that room to barricade the door, so he could have came back at any minute. In that bathroom, you know, I walked back and forth. You know, I just paced. I didn't know what to do. I'd move from one stall to the next till I finally just went back into the big stall and sat down. And I called 911, and they did not answer. And as it rang and rang and rang, you know, more things came into my head. You know, oh my gosh, what if I go into shock? What if I don't even get this message across to them? When I finally couldn't get a hold of them, I just hung up and began to text my husband and my mom to call 911. And so I continued to text with them, like throughout the time I was in the bathroom hiding.
I know that the first call, a woman who was on a video conference with some people at the bank, I think that she heard the shots. I think that she saw some people either fall, having been shot, or hiding.
You're the only person calling this in to us. Okay, so 3033 East Main Street, what's the name of the business we're going to?
It's Old National Bank.
Okay, that's the business we're going to also? And how do you know you have an active shooter on the site?
I just watched it.
How'd you watch? You watched it on
meetings.
On a team's meeting?
Yes, we were having a board meeting.
Video board meeting?
The caller explained what she saw on that video conference. We knew that it was going to be bad, but I don't think that we really expected how bad it was.
Let me get the run sent up. Just stay on the line with me, okay? One moment here.
Okay. This video's still going. Oh my God, I can't see anything now. It's on the ground.
We had reports that indicated it could really be a really huge event. I could see this run come up, and I knew I had to get that run dispatched as soon as possible.
Dispatcher said, "Can you go to the service channel? I need to put this out." That piqued my curiosity because that rarely happens. And her voice, I'd never heard that before. We have shots fired, 333 East Main at the Old National Bank.
We've all heard active shooter before, and okay, you know, what is getting ready to happen?
And they turn out to be what they call swatting calls or just bogus calls.
Nothing really clicked to me, so the dispatcher says, I have another phone call from inside the bank, and there are 4 people down.
So I'm gone.
And the phones started lighting up. The board was turning red. Multiple people were calling in. There are only so many call takers on shift at a time.
It became obvious there was something to this. This was not going to be a false call. And I actually stood up and I asked my supervisors to send me some help. And one of my coworkers, Emily David, came over to help me.
I was just sitting down, putting my headset back on whenever the run popped up. And I could hear, you know, sort of rumblings around the room. Oh, an active aggressor. And my partner on the fire desk, I could hear him start to knock out the units.
315's on that 3.
120 Met 3. 102 Met 3. Battalion 15 on Met 3.
It was just absolute chaos on the air. You had all of the responders coming, and you know, there were lights flashing in the room, and you know, people yelling back and forth, and the phones were ringing. That sense of panic almost, but you have to turn that into, what can I do to help?
911, Operator Frost, where's your emergency? Hi, I'm at 333 East Main Street. We have an active shooter.
When she first called, she said that there was an active shooter inside the building, that she was hiding in a closet. There were people shot. She didn't know what kind of injuries they had, but there was blood everywhere.
Has anybody been shot? Yes.
I will never forget her. I will never forget her voice. The way she sounded, the way she whispered. I'll never forget it.
Yes, but I'm in a closet hiding.
I played back in my head things that she was saying. I was focused on making sure I was asking the questions that I needed to ask. Focused on her, making sure she stayed quiet, but also trying to get information from her, trying to listen to the background so that I knew when to ask the questions. Because of course, if you're hearing gunfire, you don't want to ask somebody a question to have them answer you, to put them in harm's way.
113 Baker, it was one of the downtown units. They were the first ones that communicated that they were on scene. That was Officer Wiltz and his training officer, Officer Galloway.
Pull up, 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 pull up. Pull up, pull up, go, 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 go.
Yeah, hold on with me. How many people are in the room with you?
Back up, back up, back up.
I don't know. I don't know who's here. I'm in the closet with one person.
Stop, right there.
Yeah, I hear gunshots.
Hold it, cover for me.
Baker, we're on scene. We do have shots fired.
113 Baker, we're making entry from the east side at Preston and Main.
Shots fired.
Officer.
We're actually walking up to the left side of the bank. We hear gunfire and officer down.
I heard a shot, and that's when I realized it was real. It's not only an active shooter, it's a rescue mission as well.
And I said to Detective Shaw, get in your car, Montano, open up the door on the passenger side. We're gonna do an officer rescue.
So we used my vehicle. Officer J. Moss was in the back seat, and we had 2 other officers using the car shields.
We were going to try to go get him, put him in that car, and go to the hospital. I was hanging on kind of as a semi-barricade, maybe.
Gunshots ring out again.
God damn it!
I have no idea where the shooter's at. I can't see inside that first floor, the mirrored glass.
That turned out to be the lobby area where the shooter had taken up a tactical position. He had positioned himself to have cover with the elevator shaft, kind of tucked back out of our line of sight.
The shooter has an angle on that officer. We need to get up there. I don't know where he's at. The glass is blocking him.
It was a nightmare. He was doing everything he could to keep us from being able to get to our officer.
He's shooting straight through these windows, right towards the officer. We need to be able to plate somehow to be able to get there and pull him down from the stairs.
I went from pillar to post, one concrete barrier to the next. I seen Officer Wilt laying down, Officer Smallwood in the street. I said, cover me, and I just shot up the steps, grabbed his hand, rolled him over, saw that he was gravely injured, and I just told him, we're getting out of here. And as I'm trying to get my hands in his vest, can't really do it because of the blood. Just as I'm trying to tug on him, shots ring out above my head, by my ear.
God, don't have an angle.
So I kind of retreat back down to the concrete pillar. I look over at Officer Smallwood and I said to him, put your gun up, I need help.
I see Officer Galloway fire a couple shots.
As we get to the top of the steps, I hear Officer Galloway say,
I think I got him down. I think he's down. Yank the officer off now. Yank him down to the stairs.
I think the shooter gave us an out. When he shot at us, other officer was able to get a shot on him.
Move it. Yeah, suspect down. Get the officer. Huh? I know. He's down. Get the officer.
It seemed like everything was in slow motion, even though it wasn't.
Then we ascend those steps. We're still looking for any more shooters.
At that point, we go up to get the injured officer.
His hand was still on his gun.
Roll him over. He has a gunshot wound to the head.
Ran back to my car, grabbed my med bag, ran back up, thinking, instinctively we're all about, trying to triage as much as possible.
And I just looked at him, I said, Smallwood, we don't have the time. Because there's no EMS wagon out here. I said, we don't have the time, we gotta go.
And the decision was made at that point. We were gonna evacuate him out, put him in a car. And being downtown, we knew we were close to U of L.
I'm the third officer in the building. I secured the shooter, his weapon and everything else. So I can visually remember how he was laying, where his weapon was, phone. I can remember every intricate detail of that day.
This special presentation continues in just 2 minutes. You're watching Local News Live.
Cuyahoga County Board of Developmental Disabilities employees are proud to make a positive impact in the lives of people we serve. We are hiring. Benefits include flexible work schedules, low-cost medical insurance, generous paid time off, retirement through Ohio PERS, and so much more. Join our team. Call Chris at 216-941-8680 or visit our career page at cuyahoga.bdd.org.
I love Louisville. I'll never move. I love Derby time. It's a great town. It's a great, large, little city. That's what I call it. Everyone kind of knows everyone, and it hasn't changed anything. I still, my heart's in Louisville. I'm Officer Matthew Montano. I've been on for 10 years. My pride and joy, my son Vincent, love him to death. He thinks my car is awesome, and he always wants to get in it and hit the siren or be on the speaker. He's just the best. You want to be ultra safe, and you just want to get home to him at the end of the day, and you just want to be there for him. I think about it after the run. I know that the true cost of maybe I won't go home that day, or a situation where it could have gone wrong. In the moment, try to take care of business, help anybody that needs to be helped, make everyone safe if you can. Has it changed me? I don't want to say it has, but I think it probably has. It seemed like an eternity. We were at the bank when the threat was down. We still had to search. Seeing the victims there, that that you might not be able to help them. That was the most disheartening thing about it. You see their phones by them or their name tags, and you're asking, hey, do you need help? Hey, tell me where you're hurt at, and you're getting no response. I knew Officer Galloway had gotten shot in his vest, and he was still searching the whole entire building. You had the rest of the civilians in the building and the people that work there, and you're trying to say, hey, it's good, it's everything's okay right now. I know that we tried to get open the bank safe at one time because we knew that they were hiding in there and taking shelter in there.
Okay. I knew she was okay because I was reading the notes in the run, so I knew that they were safe. But it just broke my heart to hear her scream help.
Oh my God. Okay.
Is that the responders?
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and disconnect.
I could hear people coming down the hallway. I knew it was the cops, You could just kind of hear the shuffle of more than one person. They were getting louder, announcing themselves. And I said, I'm in here and I've been shot. And they took it from there. They took the scarf off and they tourniquet this leg, and then they looked to see if there was any other wounds. They got me to that last door to get me out. They had to break it. It was complete glass, and I had to watch it shatter. Glass was falling on me as they carried me out. There was cops everywhere. And I could just remember locking eyes with people. There was just people everywhere. From the time that the cops got me and got me out of that building, from that point, it definitely seemed like something out of a movie. I don't even know the names of the cops that got me out of there that day, or the lady that was in the ambulance with me that, once I got in there, I felt safe, even though I had no idea what was going on. But she was kind and she was funny, and I remember not feeling scared anymore, just that light about her, made me feel a lot better.
Wait, move that car so we get the CMS out! Who's driving?
I will be in a second.
Hey, we're gonna back you up and get you out that way. Back you up and get you out that way. We're gonna back these two up and get them out this way. No driver. Hey, you mean drive this?
Yeah, you can.
All right. Hey, I'm gonna drive this. Hey, watch my truck, please. Here. Here, behind me.
Parking lot crash.
I'm okay. I'm working my way up
number. Thank you. Hang in there, you're gonna be fine.
I wanted to be a pilot. To be God's honest truth, I wanted to be a pilot, and my eyes were so bad I did not. And then I went to school to be an engineer and quickly realized that that was the worst career path I could have chosen for me. I went into surgery and loved it, became a trauma surgeon, and I've never looked back. My name is Jason Smith. I am a trauma surgeon here at the University of Louisville Hospital. I'm also our Chief Medical Officer for U of L Health. It's hard. You know, I think it changes you. I'm not the same person I probably was when I started this. I think you come into your career a little bit innocent and naive sometimes. That gets burned off pretty quick. So we hadn't gotten the word of what was actually going on other than there had been an officer-involved shooting. Then you begin to get more information about how many true victims there are, how many died at the scene, how many are being transported to you. It's the attention, it's the, oh my gosh, I can't believe this is happening. This is now us. You know, you see about it on the news, and the realization sets that you're now part of this, you know, this horrible group of cities that have had to deal with this. This is now you.
Of course, with all the mass shootings that we've reported on across the country, you always hope that something like this does not impact you and your own community, but here we are on Monday morning, right after Easter Sunday.
Room 9 is our resuscitation area. So what room 9 looks like is there are about 5 beds in there. It's an open room. We have all the things we need to do to care for the patients that come through. So things from warm blankets to cover them up, to the IVs, to surgical sets, to ventilators, you name it.
The hospital didn't even have time to prepare. So we carried him in, and they got room 9, the doors open. We were able to get him on a bed, get, you know, his gear off of him. I mean, it looks like organized chaos. They're yelling out things that we have no clue what they're talking about, and every one of them know exactly the step to make. At that point, we knew he was in good hands.
Nick? No.
I wanted a girl, and everyone told me, oh no, you don't want a girl. And I was like, well, I wanted to be able to buy a prom dress or a wedding dress. It was exciting to have twins.
No.
It was an adventure. They were due December 25th and were born in November, so they were a little early after the twins that, you know, this would be it. And then we had a little surprise, which was awesome. They were so close in age that everybody thought they were triplets when they were little.
We did a lot together, a lot of outdoor boy stuff, dirt, you know, woods, and running off making trails or forts somewhere in the woods. That's our life in our little tiny cul-de-sac we lived in.
My husband is a Gulf War veteran. He's been sick since like our 3rd date. So I've kind of been through it.
He was her rock, you know, and she has us, yes, but it was her best friend. Not to make you sad, but it'll be 30 years this year.
We'd been married 30, we knew each other at 32.
The 2 days before he passed, Dad took Mom to the doctor to get a test done, and 2 days later, it's a different story. Nick's incident happened 2 months and 2 days after Dad's passing. At Nick's graduation, Dad was gonna pin Nick, and that didn't happen because Nick's graduation was on March 31st. Mom had to take over, but you know, that was hard for Nick too.
So he called me and he said to Mom, do you want to do it? Because I was nervous, you know, we've just had so many things happen. I didn't want something else to happen. So I said, I will do it if you want me to. I didn't want to mess up because it was his big day, but he said, you can't mess up. And it was wonderful. He was very excited. He was pumped. Going to Florida and going to the beach was some of the best times that we had together. You do have to look back and do those memories and go on vacations and have wonderful holidays together because you just don't know. Yeah, that's what keeps me going. Those memories.
Nick?
You gotta have the memories. Zach called me and said, Mom, sit down and breathe. And I said, I didn't even bother. I said, what? What? Just tell me. And he said, Nick's been involved. There's an active shooter. And he said, Mom, it's a headshot. He just took me straight to the hospital and brought me to a little room with a whole lot of people in it. And then when I got there, I knew it was pretty serious when I saw all of the people.
They told me the name, but the name didn't sit until I was able to decompress and I realized who it was. That I recruited this kid and did his background last September. I sat in his living room. Yeah. Couldn't forget it if I tried. So when I met his parents, his mom, brothers, and stuff at the hospital, went to the hospital because they wanted to see us. My initial response was, I'm sorry, because we couldn't get there quick enough.
Officer Wilt's mother and grandfather looked me in the face and told us, Detective Shaw and I, that without your help, Smallwood's help, they wouldn't have had the time that they're having right now.
I knew that I was going there to check on my officer and to speak with other family members that had lost their loved ones. That walk through the corridor, understanding and knowing the uncertainty was still there. To embrace Wilk's family. And for his mother, when I walked in that room to see her, and she looked up at me and she says, Chief, you just swore him in. Those words will forever stick with me.
I was helping with one of the patients, and I'd helped operate on actually two of the patients that had come in, and we realized that basically the mass casualty was over. But we're in the emergency department, and we're trying to identify who had died at the scene because people were showing up here thinking people may have been transported who were not. It was, you know, that little bit of seeing those people, seeing our staff that were crying.
A call came in about 8:30 about an active shooter at the Old National Bank building.
By the time I'm over at Slugger Field being separated, it's national news. You know, ABC's got it. My mom watches ABC religiously. I mean, NBC's got it. They're, you know, officer down in Louisville, Kentucky, mass shooting.
We'll be checking back in with all of our news crews. We also have a crew heading right now to U of L Hospital. They say that there are multiple casualties involved with this.
I couldn't get a hold of him. I didn't even know it had happened. I was actually getting in the shower, and a friend of mine called and said, something's going on, and then I just turned it on.
Alerts on our phones telling people to avoid the downtown area because of the situation that's going on. But right now, we're still kind of in the dark.
So the only thing I could do was watch and to hope to like see him. That's just the only way I was able to get like information, any sort, because we didn't know where he was. Jeff and I went downtown to try to find him because we couldn't find him. It was very chaotic.
There were just different rumors flying around that where he might be, and we weren't getting information, so it was hard. And finally, we just stayed at the hospital. They told us to stay at the hospital. It seemed like a week we were there. It was the longest day.
It was like you were paused in a nightmare. We got to the hospital and it was kind of evident he wasn't there. I mean, we didn't have confirmation. Just assumed what had happened. It's awful.
I'll never forget that morning. So that morning I was already out and about within the city, and I was on my way to go to another meeting. And I looked down and I received that dreadful text message. On April 10th, you saw our heart. You saw who we were. You saw the humanity within ourselves that we demonstrated for all to see.
Just having something catastrophic happening, you're the gateway for the information of that incident. It's like living in your head because it's all through your ears. I can't see any of it. I can see the computer screen, but I can't see any of what they're saying to me. It's all in my ears.
Battalion 20 radio.
Battalion 20.
Where is the officer?
That's what I'm trying to figure out right now.
The channels split into two. We received another active shooter at the technical college. And in that situation, there were multiple calls again of someone shooting inside the building.
I want to let you know, LMPD just tweeted out that there is no active aggressor at JCTC.
And then we had received a third call about a shooting at the Goodwill.
Responding to another shooting, 909 East Broadway at the Goodwill.
It was absolute chaos, and they're still managing the situation at the bank. People in the room were like, is this real? You know, is this actually happening again on the same day? It takes you right back to that fear. Is this happening again? Is this happening again? And your first thought was it related?
I heard that come out. I got in my car. I knew that they might need more cars over there, and so that's what I did after I left the bank.
Detectives and other resources, people who don't normally work in that area are trying to find their, way to that location. So there were officers absolutely everywhere.
This had nothing to do with our active aggressor situation earlier this morning. 2 people were shot out in front of the building. One is deceased at this time. The other one has been transported to the hospital.
Are you pregnant? No! Seriously?
Today is a day that's heartbreaking for our city, for all of us. Let's be clear about what this was. This was an evil act of targeted violence.
We lost 4 children of God today, one of whom was one of my closest friends. Tommy Elliott helped me build my law career, helped me become governor, gave me advice on being a good dad. It's one of the people I talk to most in the world, and very rarely were we talking about my job. He was an incredible friend. I was asked earlier today what I'd learned, and it's a hard question right now. I admit that while I'm not angry, I'm empty. And I'm sad. And I just keep thinking that maybe we'll wake up. And I know we are all feeling the same, but I also know that they hear us now and that they feel our love.
they were just going to work that day and they're not going home. The toughest thing is you couldn't help them. We know we love helping people. I think every police officer does, is you love helping people and trying to help them and render aid. And knowing that it was a long shot to help them, it was the toughest thing.
This has affected not only just me in this department, but it's affected the community and those families of those people who are involved, you know, so I pray for them as well. This is going to be a situation that we're all going to deal with for the rest of our lives, so. And I just hope everybody can receive the comfort and help that they need.
I'd only been there 6 weeks. So, you know, even in the 6 weeks, I know they're great people. I hadn't even scratched the surface, you know, of getting to know them. They were all really good to me.
My kids, their favorite memories, Carolina said. She loved that every time she did something funny, Daddy would laugh at her and then tell her that he loved her. And then James said, I loved how Dad smiled and loved. And I feel like James summed it up so good. He had the best smile and he just loved. Just loved. There's no like making sense of what happened, and you know, I've tried to, it doesn't work to make sense. There isn't, it shouldn't have happened. And it's hard the way that he and the others were taken, because losing someone is bad enough, but the way it happened, it's just very difficult to separate thinking about him and what happened. And that's what I kind of struggle with right now. That's where I'm at. There's anger. And my kids too. In particular, my daughter, who's a little older. She can't understand, and she gets mad, and she's right for feeling that way. And I feel the same. This year would have been our 11th year of marriage. And yes, we're 11 years in and we have 2 kids, but I feel like we were just getting started. So I feel robbed, and I know my kids do. And it's not fair that they don't have their dad.
Still trying to figure it out. It's not a day, not a minute goes by that we miss him.
You know, at home, he's not there anymore. And it's just, like you said, it's every second of the day. And it's relentless.
Detective Shaw and I, 2 days after the incident, went back to Old National Bank to actually see. We played Monday morning quarterback ourselves in that reality, looking at the bullet holes and the concrete that was hit, and you know, that was real. When I was leaning over Officer Wilt trying to get him out the first time, glass was shattering, but I could see the smoke from the glass and the bullet fragments. That kind of sticks with me. The fact that I couldn't get him up on the first time sticks with me, to the point where I feel, you know, guilty. I replay it in my head over and over again. What could I have done better? what we could have done better, what could we have done faster. I go to sleep trying to figure that out when I do sleep. When I go home and actually look at my family, it kind of got to me. We went to my mother-in-law's for Mother's Day, and I was there also there Easter. I realized, I said, you know, this chair could be empty, and it kind of got to me. And I think that's the first time my kids have ever seen me cry. I would love to say, Natalia, Tuesday I'm gonna be fine. But every Monday, 8:29, 8:30, I'm looking at the clock. And I'm a firm believer, Detective Shaw, Smallwood, myself, we get better as Officer Wilt gets better. He gets better every day, we get better every day. It actually took a U of L doctor, who I haven't thanked yet, that looked me in the face and said, you guys gave him the time we needed to do what we needed to do. And I still didn't really believe the U of L doctor.
There was times when he actually coded, when they were trying to get him on machines because of his lungs. He was actually starting to progress well with the brain injury. The doctors did an amazing job. I'm sitting there praying, going, really? You brought him this far, and it's where the lungs are going to do him in? But they found a way, as the experts do, and there's a lot of experts at this hospital. And they found a way, and then they brought him back.
Look at the teams. I mean, you think about the number of people that had to work to try and get him through this hospital stay, through his complications, and then get him over to rehab, and then begin to see him make some progress, I think is great. I hope one day he's able to walk back into the hospital and shake everyone's hands and smile at everyone, because that's the most uplifting thing that happens, is when patients come back. I was surprised that they were able to save him the day he came in. I mean, that's a testament to our neurosurgeons and what they were able to do. They did a phenomenal job that day.
They say tough times bring family together, closer together, and I think that's definitely what happened with us.
Mrs. Wilt said to me, before he was really conscious at all, I think he was able to flutter his eyes and various things like that, but his family said with absolute conviction, they said, we know he's in there. And she knows her son. She was absolutely correct.
You want to talk about a good dose of medicine? Just to hear him just say, hey. That would be a good dose of medicine for all of us.
He's being an absolute rock star. He's never turned away from a challenge, and this isn't stopping him. He's still, every single day I tell him, we're gonna have a good day, right? And he gives me a thumbs up with a nod. Yep, he's like, we're gonna crush it today. He's pretty serious, he's humble, he's quiet, but when he's in the mood, he'll get everybody laughing.
I don't want to look goofy on camera, Zach. Okay. How did you miss that charger?
Come on, blow. Come on, Nick. Hey!
Ah, I gave you a kiss.
Good job.
I want to take him to the beach. I told him, we're going to the beach, you're going to stick your toes in the sand, and I don't care if you're in a chair or whatever, we're putting your feet in the sand. I said, I want it, because I know that was their favorite thing to do. It'll give him just the sun, the air, the sea, just the energy and being with his family. I want to let him know that he's here for a reason. That reason's not over. There's a reason he survived this and everything that came against him.
Officer Wilt and Officer Galloway, they're my heroes. I feel humbled and honored to work with them. And it's something out of Hollywood, what they did.
They saved my life that day. And I got to go home and hug my wife and my son, because of what they did.
As I'm sure Officer Galloway is, I think he's probably a very modest person who is dealing with a lot right now. And if he sees this, I hope he knows he's my hero.
And we have this little motto, tell us your very worst and we will send you the very best.
We all have a story, who, what, where, when, how.
You weigh the pros and cons of what you lost and gained. But for the most part, this job has given me more than I lost. I will say that, but it has changed the way I view life. Don't take things for granted. Try to live every day to the fullest.
There wasn't anything left unsaid. I know how much he loves us. And I know he knows.
Everybody keeps saying, you know, you have a story. I just kind of wanted it to be out there that even though something so horrible can happen, there's a lot of good. To know that there is a lot of good people out there that, you know, have helped me, and I'm sure they've helped them, you know, as well through it. Yeah, I want to say thank you to all of them. You know, when people say life is short, it really is.